tus alas, es hora de volar.
¿Arrancamos? Aló. ¿Entro de una? Vamos. ¿Aló? ¿Voy? Bienvenidos al primer Rootstock Summit. ¿Cómo andan? ¿Todos bien? Levanten la mano los que están bien. Para abajo los que están mal. Qué bueno tenerlos acá. La verdad que es muy emocionante estar acá con ustedes. Ahora creo que en la presentación les voy a contar por qué es muy emocionante. Porque esto es, digamos que el fruto de, diría que más de una década de búsquedas de diferentes personas, ¿no? Que arman este equipo. Y este es el primer Rootstock Summit. Hemos hecho encuentros, digamos, dentro de otras conferencias. Siempre la comunidad se junta, tiene su espacio dentro de las conferencias más grandes del mundo, diría Consensus, la BitConf, siempre está presente. Pero es la primera vez que se hace un summit, un encuentro 100% del ecosistema Rootstock. Así que están siendo parte de un hito histórico, por lo menos para nuestro ecosistema. Y, digamos, la charla se llama Build to Last, ¿no? La voy a dar en inglés, creo, o en español, no sé. ¿En qué la doy? ¿Qué eligen? Bueno, creo que tenemos gente que es solo angloparlante, así que la voy a hacer en inglés. If we think about the history of humanity, we have been trying to conquer the physical world since our inception. No, we have been trying to create infrastructure that brought civilization. What I have on my back is the Via Appia from Rome, the first roads that Rome created. Because in their vision, civilization was infrastructure, was also the codex, the Roman codex, the law. They also created the first aqueducts, the first ways of carrying water and distributing water in the cities and across cities. So, all this infrastructure created civilization, created the means for humans to evolve, to thrive. And I would say that the physical world dominated for thousands of years, for most of our history. We keep innovating. We have the combustion engine. Thanks to that, we have the railroads, the cars, different means of transportation that connected the world, that allowed us to create a globalized world, a world that is fully connected on the physical realm. Also, we have done magnificent, achievements, engineering feats. We are trying to reach for the skies. But something new happened around 50 years ago, a little bit over 50 years ago. That is that the digital world emerged. The digital world was born thanks to the integrated circuit. So now the conquest of the digital world started. So it was no longer a physical world. We also created a new world, a world that belonged to humanity. So we became kind of gods in this sense by creating a new world. And this is how the early attempts of conquering that digital world look. We were not that good at design back then, but it's okay. We created tools to interact with this digital world. Actually, we used that digital world to also keep conquering the physical world, no? And the space and the stars. So this digital world started to intertwine with the physical world and with our efforts of conquering the physical world. And that's amazing, but the digital world is new, so the infrastructure for the digital world needs to be built for that world to develop, to become as advanced as the dominion, or our dominion of the digital world to become as advanced as our dominion of the physical world. And we did so, no? We created the internet. We started connecting computers, creating a world where anybody can access all the information in the world from the palm of their hands. We created a world where we can communicate with each other remotely at very cheap, or we feel free cost, and at no cost. And that was a big evolutionary step in creating this infrastructure, this digital infrastructure for the digital world to evolve. And of course, this is the foundation of the metaverse, which is another way of representing this digital world in a more human form. But something amazing in this construction of this digital world infrastructure happened. I would say the idea came to life 14 years ago, and the first realization of this came 13 years ago. That was that for the first time, much like we created a combustion engine to create different means of transportation and production, for the first time we had the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure, to create scarcity, digital scarcity. And that was thanks to Bitcoin. And Bitcoin was the beginning of, if you want, new digital infrastructure, our Via Appia, or our aqueducts, to conquer the management of value in this digital world. But as we learn about Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is an amazing tool, it's a tool that can remove a lot of the violence in society because it creates a reserve of value that is neutral, that doesn't have a political sign. Therefore, it stops the need for the power, the political nation that is in power to create wars to defend the reserve asset they have, whether it's the British pound or the US dollar or the solidus in the case of Rome. So, we are removing that need for war to protect that reserve of value. So Bitcoin will be extremely transformative, and it's the beginning of the separation of money and state. But Bitcoin alone cannot be a payment processing system for the whole humanity because it doesn't scale by itself. It cannot be the asset that people who live day by day, week by week, or month by month use because it's too volatile. You need, stable assets in order to operate in the short term. So the founders of Rootstock decided to extend Bitcoin capabilities to be able to serve any human being in society, to bridge the gap between all the value that Bitcoin creates and the needs of the 80% of the population who cannot maybe store value in the mid to long term, who needs daily payments, who need decentralized finance, but tailored to their daily lives, no? And what I will share with you is a little bit of our history, because this was not something that happened overnight. Like, we wake up one morning and say, okay, let's expand Bitcoin. That's it. No, it's like, it was a process of individual process and collective process of building this. And if I can backtrack this to the earliest moment, I would say this started with the search of our chief scientist, the IOV Labs chief scientist, Sergio, to create what he called the mental poker framework, that basically was a decentralized poker game system. Sorry, Sergio, I know I'm trashing your your idea, but I'm oversimplifying. And in that pursuit of creating a truly decentralized poker game system that needed to be general purpose, he got in touch with Bitcoin. Is that correct, Sergio? More or less, yes. But at the beginning, Sergio wanted to attack Bitcoin. He said, this is a scam. not necessarily a Ponzi, but this cannot work. So, Sergio entered Bitcoin to attack it, and actually he did succeed in finding key vulnerabilities of Bitcoin. 9 key vulnerabilities of Bitcoin. Some of them that could have killed Bitcoin. But when he realized how beautiful it was, the design of Bitcoin, he decided he needed to stay to protect it. And also, I would say, also at the same time that Sergio entered into Bitcoin to attack it, I got in touch with Bitcoin through a friend of mine and didn't get it, basically. So, it's a tough thing. It's like, I thought, well, it's digital money, not so interesting. It might work, but I didn't see like the true innovation in it. But in 2012, when Sergio was decided to stay in Bitcoin to protect it, indeed he was part of the core development team of Bitcoin. Through another friend, I got in touch with Bitcoin again and finally got it. Finally, I understood that Bitcoin was the beginning of a new revolution, a new innovation cycle in this digital world creation, and decided to devote myself also to create a Bitcoin community in Latin America and start building around Bitcoin because I thought it was a tool for transformation for our region and, of course, for the world. And I invite you to check the Bitcoin wiki to see what Sergio did, but because, for example, cross-chain, now everybody talks about blockchain interoperability. Well, actually, Sergio was the first one to create a model in 2012. We are talking 10 years ago on how to create interoperability between two blockchains. So then in 2013, Sergio created the first Turing-complete cryptocurrency. That's 1 year before Ethereum was announced, or 9 months before Ethereum was announced. So again, he was following his pursuit of creating this Turing-complete, or this poker game. I think finally you will tell us someday why you discarded the idea, but there were some points that were not working. And at the same time, I started creating the Bitcoin communities in Latin America. LaBitConf, which will happen, this summit is a side event to LaBitConf, the biggest Latin American Bitcoin conference, and I would say the longest lasting Bitcoin conference in the world. And decided myself to devote to translate Bitcoin into tools for financial inclusion. So that's how it started. We started doing some experiences with people in the slums of Buenos Aires, trying to see how Bitcoin worked for them. And then we realized all the things that I just shared, that Bitcoin was not enough if we wanted to serve anybody in the world, in society. At the same time, T-9, 2014, Sergio joined efforts with Ruben Allman and Adrian Edelman, here present, Adrian, to turn QuicksCoin into NimbleCoin, and they started building together, an implementation and meeting together in a cafe that will go in history as I would say, the precursory place. It was Gran Torino, no? The name? The Gran Torino. So they were meeting in that cafe, having café con leche and medialunas, very classical Argentinian, and discussing, we always recall, because the café con leche was basically a bucket of café con leche. It was impossible to drink it. We don't know why, because I think it's like they had this huge, huge cup with café con leche. And I started the Bitcoin Embassy in Buenos Aires, now called Espacio Bitcoin, the Centro Cultural Espacio Bitcoin, and joined forces with the other co-founder of Rootstock, Gabriel Kurman, with whom here present as well. Gabi, say hi to the people. So, we joined forces to create Coinbanks. Coinbanks is a company we built to create a translation layer for the traditional financial institutions and the blockchain technology. That was the original idea, and Coinbanks is the leader today, or one of the leaders in Latin America in doing that today, so it's still alive and thriving. And as part of that, with Gaku, we were doing a roadshow to fundraise for Coinbanks. Not very successful one. Sometimes things don't work. But in that process, a shared friend, a friend introduced me to Nick Szabo. Actually, it was like a trap because he told me, come to have some wine or coffee in Palo Alto. We were there in a corner. Suddenly he said, oh, wait a minute. He went around the corner and brought Nick Szabo. And then the conversation started. For those who don't know who Nick Szabo is the creator of the concept of a smart contract. He has been creating this concept and sharing a lot of knowledge around decentralized platforms and different sovereign ways of minting money since early 90s. That's how old he's one of the grandparents of the movement, of the centralization movement. He was interested in knowing what we were doing in Latin America with Bitcoin. And then we started discussing that it was a pity that Ethereum was decided to create like a separate network altogether and a separate currency instead of leveraging on all the good things that Bitcoin had. And after that conversation, we reached out to Sergio, and then the conversations start around how we could extend Bitcoin to become a full financial system. We were working on the white paper. Basically, the white paper was created by Sergio with all the background he had because he has been building this technology and thinking about the technology for many years. So he created this white paper. We discussed some things together around the architecture. For example, the definition of like not having our own currency but using Bitcoin, because in game theory, if a secondary network has a different token than the primary network, then the secondary network might become a threat for the primary network if it becomes too big. So we decided that was a big decision because Ethereum, allowed to fund themselves because they minted or created their own currency. So it was a big decision not to have our own currency. We decided to use the Ethereum virtual machine because we saw by then that the Ethereum community was creating an amazing community of developers. And, there's no ego in this. We are trying to get the best of all the existing technology to make the best solution possible. So for us, the innovation in our case was not there, was in other places, in allowing the same miners that protect Bitcoin to protect Rootstock. So basically, that's what we did. But the thing is, we were just thinking this was an idea. No? So we shared the white paper with Nick Szabo, with Andreas Antonopoulos, with a couple more people we respected. But the white paper said confidential, all across it. But then Nick got so excited that he tweeted this: best of Bitcoin currency and settlement system, best of Ethereum smart contract programming environment, Rootstock. And that was it. We had no choice but to go into the world, find some funding, and start building it, because the idea was in the wild. T-7. And that's how RSK Labs was born in 2016. So you can see here, we have Adrian, the version of Adrian with hair, my version with hair here. So you see there are consequences to doing startups in crypto. It's like Gaku, that somehow he went in the other direction. He has more hair now. Maybe he got our hair. I'm suspecting that. Then, of course, Sergey and Ruben. And then Yuan from Bitmain, that was our lead investor. Bitmain, the biggest manufacturer of mining equipment. Of course, for them it was a no-brainer. We were building value for the Bitcoin ecosystem. Their main business was building hardware for the Bitcoin ecosystem. Only for us to exist, even if we were not economically successful, was a big investment for them, no? So they supported us, and then we have here the original team. Here is Ángel Java Lopez, which is was an eminence. He was like one of the most respected programmers in Argentina. They call him Java Lopez because he was the early, educator around Java and also many Microsoft technologies. He passed away recently, but he was with us, and I think he was very happy contributing to Rootstock until his final days. And for us, is something we are very proud of to have him as part of our team. My belly, was there. I don't know why these pictures don't help me, but it's okay. Oski, also the first programmer in Rootstock. He's amazing programmer. He also did some very interesting things, breaches between Doge and other cryptocurrencies. So Tincho, who together with Adrian sorted out one of the biggest problems we had that was like how to do merge mining, to allow the Bitcoin miners to protect two blockchains at the same time without losing profitability on the Bitcoin side. That was something that nobody did before Rootstock. And he achieved that. So big team. I think here is Leo, the current CEO of Coinbanks, who was helping us with legal matters. So this was the beginning, I would say. In this year, 2016, is when the alpha version of Rootstock appeared. And next year, 2017, T-5, at consensus, we announced the launch of the testnet of Rootstock. So, the first, running version of Rootstock emerged. I think that was the year I cried on stage. I'm not sure, but that's a joke they do because I get emotional and then I cry, but that's it. And then there was these people, I don't know who they are, dressed in costumes, but, because we work hard, but we also like to play hard, no? And in 2018, we realized that blockchains were not enough. Blockchains, respond to a trilemma where scalability, security, and functionality, are trade-off among them. So if you want to have higher scalability to a certain point, you have to sacrifice, beyond a certain point, you have to sacrifice decentralization. So you are sacrificing security. If you want to have more functionality, for example, Turing completeness or general purpose programming, you have to sacrifice security because the surface of attack of that system is much, much bigger. Actually, you cannot know certainly what is the surface of attack, no? And that's the thing. So we realized we need to scale blockchains in a third layer. And that's when the concept of Reef emerged. Actually, it emerged in 2017, but in 2018, started the project of creating peer-to-peer protocols, off-chain peer-to-peer protocols that are basically interactions between people, exchange of information between people, signed information, that relies on the blockchain layer to do settlement and to do dispute resolution. So in that way, you are not using the blockchain unless something goes wrong or unless you need to update like a meaningful state, for example, of balances in accounts. So that's what, under that concept, exists Lightning, payment channels for Bitcoin, Lumino, payment channels for Rootstock, the rollups systems. All those are technologies that we decided to package in a single framework. That's what Rootstock infrastructure framework is, that would be easy to use for developers, no? And that's an ongoing process. We keep working on that. But another thing happened on the same year, that was that in January 2018, the RSK network went live with 5% of the hashing power of Bitcoin, and over the years, it reached 60% of the hashing power of Bitcoin. So now Rootstock is one of the safest, more secure, decentralized smart contract blockchains in the world. And then the hard work began, because we were so focused on delivering on the technology that we didn't realize that creating an ecosystem sometimes is even tougher than creating the technology itself. Because it's not something you control. You have to, in a way, bring the will of others. Like, I think the analogy we use is like when you create a new city, you are like conquering new territory. Basically, you choose the best place, no? You choose a place near to the water. You choose, hopefully, a place with a nice view. And I think that's what we did. We choose Bitcoin. It's a nice place, close to the water, a lot of abundance there. But then you have to start putting the grid of the city. You have to start, like, providing electricity, bringing the water to each one of the houses. And once you have that, that's when you can start bringing the first pioneers. So those pioneers are the people who will do the leap of faith in you, that you will keep the city alive, you will keep the city thriving, the infrastructure in place. And, after you have the pioneers is that you can start bringing the first settlers to live in the city. So getting those pioneers was a hard work. And actually, it took us 3 years to get those pioneers in place. And those pioneers are Money on Chain, Tropicus, Sovereign, Defiant, LatamXO, Carnival. For sure I will forget people, Extremian, all of these, Crypto Market. If you are there and I didn't mention you, please tell me. But, many of those pioneers, early settlers are here. And that took us 3 years to create this amazing community, of which I'm extremely proud. Because this community, well, I would say Taringa now is one of those settlers. Vamos. Excapit as well. All amazing settlers. And one thing I love about them is that all of them are building their solution thinking in the long term. They are thinking, that what we are building is the infrastructure for the future of the digital world, a world where digital world will, I would say, dominate our lives more than the physical world. And that's I would say, the pivoting moment we are. All of them are building to last. And that's why in 2022, we are doing the relaunch of Rootstock in the hands of the community, new branding, new community engagement, because Rootstock belongs to all of us. So if you think like us, if you want to build to last, you are welcome. Come. And I think now, I think I will do the MC, so you have to hear my voice a lot, but Gaku can help me as well during the day. Like we used to do in the early LaVitConf, we were doing the MC. So now I will invite Dan Hell. Dan, are you around?
I'm here.
Hey!
Hey, thanks for having me.
And, well, Dan, you are quite a Bitcoiner, no? You have been for how long in the Bitcoin space?
Almost 10 years.
Wow.
It's a long time.
A long time.
Yeah.
But you have devoted yourself to study, well, you work at Kraken, you work at some of the major companies, no, in the Bitcoin space?
I've worked at 6 different crypto companies. Sold my first company to blockchain.com, and then my last company I worked at was Kraken. Kraken's a big crypto exchange for those who don't know what that is.
So Dan has been in the space, but not only being in the space, I think you have been studying the space, the Bitcoin space, for a long time, no? But I think purposely studying what's happening on the Bitcoin space. And I think what Dan will share with us today is like how DeFi, can be built and on Bitcoin, no? So that's a little bit of what you will share with us.
Totally. And the Rootstock is such an incredible layer on top of Bitcoin. And I think with this presentation, we'll keep it light, we'll keep it non-technical. to make it a little bit easier to understand, and we're going to dive into why Bitcoin DeFi is important.
So without further ado, I leave you in the hands of Dan. A big applause for him.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much for having me here today. Really cool to come down to Buenos Aires. Last time I was here was 7 years ago, so it's good to be back. Beautiful country, and it's just such a cool culture down here. So diving in, we're going to talk about Bitcoin DeFi. Bitcoin DeFi is DeFi on top of Bitcoin. Now, a little bit about me. I think I'm standing in the way. So like I mentioned earlier, 6 companies, 10 years in crypto, 2 acquisitions, 1 really bad failure. We had a startup that failed. And then I've got 850,000 followers on social. This is why they invited me up on stage, is I've been in the space a little bit of time. So what is DeFi? Now, for those who don't know what the term means, DeFi means decentralized finance. Now, depending on who you ask, that term is pretty ambiguous. There's a whole spectrum of how decentralized something can be. So it's a little bit of a subjective thing, but I do think these are some core principles of what DeFi represents. It uses a blockchain. It's permissionless, which means it's not censorable, where you don't have to ask someone for permission, and then removes trust from as many parties as possible, and has something scripted or automated, or it's basically code-based. I think that's a decent way to explain it. There's of course a gradient of how decentralized something is versus not, but that's generally the ethos of what DeFi means. So why DeFi? Well, I'm pretty sure we all have heard about this company over the last couple of days. FTX has imploded. This is the Lehman Brothers, which actually this is really hard to read given the black screen, but Lehman Brothers was the big bank that collapsed in the 2008 financial crisis. FTX is the Bitcoin, or it's not Bitcoin, but crypto version of that. Earlier this year in June, we had Voyager and Celsius that also collapsed. And so these all represent reasons why we need DeFi. DeFi allows us to, in a self-custodial manner, access financial services where we don't have to rely on trusted parties like these to store our money. And so, actually, before I go there, this was the original purpose of Bitcoin, which Satoshi highlighted. Satoshi's first post in the Peer-to-Peer Foundation forum, he writes, trust is the core problem with the financial system. We have to trust them to hold our money. We have to trust them not to lend it out with a fraction in reserve. We have to trust people not to censor our transactions. And Bitcoin and DeFi is all about removing that trust. So when we look at other layers like Ethereum, Solana, and Cardano, for example, I just pulled these out at random. I'm not advocating for any one of these. What we see is that they're, the value of these coins, they have the base, token value, and then they have these layers of applications on top. We're seeing a huge amount of traction, with DeFi, with Ethereum and Solana, for example. These are the top 2 ecosystems. DeFi is here. DeFi is valued by tons of folks. And as Bitcoiners, we should look at this and look at this as inspiration for why we should bring DeFi to Bitcoin. There is clear protocol market fit, like product market fit for this. Now, how do these DApp, decentralized app ecosystems work? Well, you've got demand for the application, which then drives value, which then drives more capital. So there's this flywheel effect of the utility of the underlying token to be used for these decentralized applications or these DeFi applications. And because people need that underlying asset to use these applications, then they buy that asset. Now, has anyone heard of a viral loop? You ever heard of a viral loop before? It's like a marketing term, or you've probably heard about it in terms of COVID. Maybe it's a viral mechanic of how viruses spread. Essentially, a viral loop is a mechanic that drives continuous referrals for continuous growth. So just like how you refer a friend to use a product, and then you get a certain feedback for that, and then they refer a friend, that's a viral loop where the viral loop continues to grow and grow and grow. So Bitcoin actually has a viral loop baked into it, and Satoshi hypothesized that this was how Bitcoin was going to be adopted. So in the beginning, he talks about how Bitcoin's supply works. But at the end here, I really like this part where he says it has the potential for a positive feedback loop, viral loop. As users increase, the price goes up, the value goes up, which could then attract more users to take advantage of the increasing value, aka FOMO or speculation. So Satoshi hypothesized that that might actually be the way that Bitcoin becomes adopted. And Satoshi wrote this before Bitcoin was worth a penny, which is really interesting. And a lot of these DeFi applications take advantage of that same function, that FOMO or speculative mechanic. And I'm not saying speculative in a negative way here, it's just how humans operate. So if we think about these speculative DeFi applications, and again, speculative is not a negative word here, let's call Bitcoin, spot trading poker, if we're going to think about these applications or these viral loops. And don't take this too literally, but if we think about the other speculative applications or DeFi projects, you've got like NFTs, staking, yield farming, lending, borrowing. These are all primitive financial functions that, if we look at the traditional financial markets, equities, stocks, bonds, all of these represent kind of speculation or activities. This is the financial system that as exists in the traditional world and that exists in DeFi as well. So right now, Bitcoin only has one game to play, which is spot trading. It doesn't have these other more speculative mechanics of like lending and borrowing or yield farming or NFTs. Well, it had NFTs a long time ago, and those are coming back, but bringing these games back to Bitcoin is critical. So with Ethereum, the games are working. NFT players, for example, think in an ETH standard. So this is a chart that on this screen is kind of hard to see, but essentially what it shows is the price of a Bored Ape, which is an NFT, is priced in Ethereum. And when I was at NYC NFT, I noticed a lot of people think in an Ethereum standard because they bought an NFT for 0.1 ETH, flipped it for 0.3 ETH, and they don't know anything about money, but now they're thinking in an Ethereum standard. And so they were introduced to Ethereum through that game, that NFT game. And we can see over time, this is the DeFi summer here in 2021, and this is the Ethereum to Bitcoin price chart. We're seeing long-term value accrual happen to the Ethereum network due to this speculative mechanic. Now, when we look at price cycles, as the price goes up, it increases adoption. We see this happen on user growth levels. So these are Coinbase users over time, and we can easily see here in the 2017 and the 2021 price bubbles, you have huge, huge jumps in user adoption. People signing up for Coinbase. And you see this across Kraken and every other exchange as well. Every crypto company has this same chart where you have high periods of growth during a speculative bull run, and then things level off during a bear market. You also see it in investing. In fact, it's extremely hard to even see the other, I think these are a different color actually, that's why they're not showing up. But these are really, really small. You look at 2020, which is a bear market in 2021, you're looking from $3 billion invested in crypto companies in 2020 to $25 billion the next year. So these speculative loops create more users, more fundraising, and also you've got more liquidity. So for example, here's Bitcoin's price in orange, and you've got volume in blue. So that shows you over time. And if you look at the old, when Bitcoin was very, very young, we have almost no liquidity. Liquidity is a measure of depth of an order book and volume. This is a pure volume mechanic, which shows us how much dollar value of Bitcoin was traded. And so this is really, really cool to see because it very much shows that as Bitcoin grows and through these speculative 2013, 2017, and 2021 cycles, this leads to long-term value accrual. And then, of course, Bitcoin core development we see over time as Bitcoin speculative cycles increase, not increase, but happen every 4 years or so. It brings about a wave of more and more Bitcoin developer adoption. So what is the takeaway here? Speculative mechanics are what introduced people to Bitcoin in the first place through bull runs. DeFi is also governance tokens, et cetera, which governance tokens are kind of like equity. So come for the speculation and stay for the sound money. And we see that people do stick around after these speculative waves and learn about Bitcoin and learn why Bitcoin is important. But we also see people doing this with Ethereum, which I would argue is a less stable foundation to build on and a less of a sound money than Bitcoin. Finally, the more speculative activity that occurs on a chain, or the more activity that occurs in general, the greater your security. So Bitcoin's long-term security model depends on more and more transactions occurring on the Bitcoin base layer. So this is critical because more transactions equals more fees, more security, which makes Bitcoin a better settlement and money platform. So why Bitcoin though? Why build on top of Bitcoin versus other types of platforms like Ethereum, Solana, etc.? Well, Bitcoin is the largest community in crypto. You've got hundreds of millions of people who own Bitcoin, and it's also the largest asset. It's got, well, today the price is quite depressed given the current FTX stuff, but I think Bitcoin's market cap is around 350 billion. So that's a lot of untapped, unproductive assets that are sitting there ready to be used in DeFi, whether that be lending, borrowing, or buying and selling NFTs. Basically, it's just sitting there being hodled, and very little of it is being spent or used in another fashion. So if you're to think about it as like a total addressable market, your TAM, it's the biggest TAM or biggest opportunity, I think, in the whole crypto ecosystem. And when we look at, Bitcoin's base value as like a store of value layer in these applications, over time, these applications, as you grow and grow, these applications accrue value back to the base store of value function, where Bitcoin's store of value function over time is essentially this core reason why you hold it, but these applications increase the size and TAM of Bitcoin itself. And so, going back to what I said earlier, why build on top of Bitcoin? Why is it important? Well, you want to build on top of a solid foundation. It is objectively the most decentralized cryptocurrency. Now, there's a lot of different ways to think about that, but just to gloss over a few of those, in terms of Bitcoin's initial coin distribution, in terms of Bitcoin's proof of work function, in terms of Bitcoin's governance. All crypto systems have humans that interact with it and humans that can advocate to change the core code. For example, Ethereum, the famous DAO hack, they decided to roll the code back and reverse transactions. So each community can interact with their protocol and change the protocol, and Bitcoin's, I think, is the best governance system we have because it's very hard to make a change. It's a good and bad thing. I think it's a good thing because for money to be stable, you don't want it to be easily changed. Otherwise, what we've created very much resembles the existing financial system. Most secure, that sort of ties into this. Most secure, when we think about Bitcoin's security models through proof of work, and it's the incentive we pay to miners. Tens of billions of dollars a year are paid to miners to keep the Bitcoin network alive. I'm glossing over some very technical details here, so for those who are technical, please forgive me. But essentially, Bitcoin, I think, is the most secure chain out there, and I believe that proof of work, rather than proof of stake, is the ultimate innovation. So Bitcoin, by far, is the largest proof of work network in the crypto space by many magnitudes. It is the most durable and immutable. Durable, as in Bitcoin was the first, and it has had very, very little downtime, other than an early error in like 2010 and in early 2013. So Bitcoin's network, if you're going to build on top of a foundation, you want it to be persistent. You don't want it to be like Solana, which goes down every other week, where the Solana network literally went down, like it stopped running. And then, I think the economically powerful and mainstream, Bitcoin is the Coca-Cola. Everyone knows Bitcoin. It has that brand recognition. If you're going to buy crypto for the first time, you buy Bitcoin first. And Bitcoin's going to have that for a long time, that network effect. So another great reason to build on Bitcoin is because it's got that network effect that I think will be very unlikely to go away. And then finally, a sound money. Its fixed monetary policy is a monetary policy breakthrough. By having a fixed quantity, you don't have this inflation rate, which can constantly open up Bitcoin's attack surface area for political attacks. What is a proper rate of inflation? No one knows. So if we had a rate of inflation, we would constantly be debating on what an appropriate rate of inflation would be. That's why I think that Satoshi's brilliance was in fixing the monetary policy with a fixed cap. Whether that be 21 million, 21 billion, doesn't really matter as long as it's fixed and the community rallies behind that being fixed. So how does DeFi on top of Bitcoin work? Well, as a lot of you probably know, DeFi is DeFi on top of like Ethereum and Solana. You can do a lot more cool stuff, right? Bitcoin at the base layer can't do a lot. And what Bitcoin does is it pushes that innovation onto different layers on top. Now, when we think of Bitcoin at the base layer, why would Bitcoin make those design decisions to not have all this cool stuff that Solana and Ethereum can do? Well, Bitcoin trades off some of that cool DeFi stuff on the base layer for security, minimalization, and reducing attack vectors. So it's a design trade-off. It's not that Bitcoin couldn't do that. I mean, the Bitcoin community could come together and change the code. They do that because we believe that the design decisions are to keep Bitcoin as simple and resilient as possible on the base layer and move that up to different layers. So this is one way that people visualize DeFi on top of Bitcoin is through layered scaled tech. One of those would be Lightning. I'm going to show you another visualization that people like to use that also visualizes how Bitcoin is used in a DeFi context. So the Lightning Network is built on top of Bitcoin. It's at layer 2. What Lightning does is it allows you to pay people in Bitcoin in very, very fast, cheap transactions almost instantaneously. And so if you think about how Lightning works, Lightning is essentially two parties swapping, swapping basically a balance back and forth. And after a certain time period, they just print the net balance on the Bitcoin blockchain. So you could have millions of transactions that occur here and only 2 transactions that actually occur on the Bitcoin base layer, which is really cool because that allows Bitcoin to scale very efficiently and also moves experimentation up another layer. Another way to visualize this is, for example, with Rootstock. So with Rootstock, people like to visualize side chains in this manner, so that's why I did the two circles where you've got a peg in, peg out functionality. Essentially, you move Bitcoin to an address on the Bitcoin chain, and then over on the Rootstock side, there is a RBTC that is created. It's a representation of Bitcoin. And in Rootstock, you can do a bunch of really cool, fun stuff. That's where side chains are so interesting and cool, is that when you do this, you're able to do things like, for example, Rootstock is an EVM chain, so you can do a lot of really, really cool smart contracts, very similar to very similar to the things you can do over on Ethereum. And then when you peg out, you take the RBTC, send it to an address into the peg out function. It then takes the Bitcoin on chain and moves it to your own account. So what's cool is you can sort of have this separate universe of Rootstock, which is tied to Bitcoin, but Bitcoin doesn't have to change at all to support Rootstock. So really, really cool. Rootstock isn't the only one that does this. You've also got a few others, which I'm going to show in a minute. But I think this is why Rootstock is such an interesting, really cool scaling layer on top of Bitcoin, because it has all that functionality that you could ever want from smart contracts. Now, when we think about how this all ties together, it's kind of difficult to, people think about it via layers. People think about it as like side chains. I like to think about it as kind of like ecosystems. So you have, for example, Stacks is another equivalent-ish network to Rootstock. Again, I'm using overly generalized terms here. There's a lot of technical stuff I am glossing over. But essentially, you've got all of these different ecosystems that can tie back to the Bitcoin base layer for settlement and Bitcoin's security model and tie into that. And each one can have its own application ecosystem. So Stacks has a ton of apps on their ecosystem. Rootstock, earlier you heard about the applications that are being built on Rootstock and on Lightning as well. I'm sure a lot of people in this room have probably used Lightning and have heard about different Lightning applications out there. So all of these are like little application ecosystems that then all settle on top of the Bitcoin base layer. And so Bitcoin preserves all of the decentralization, all of the things that we like about it, the simplicity, the resilience, but then we can allow it to do all these things that people want in the DeFi world. Again, the experience, though, is not as simple and easy as a Solana or Ethereum. So, of course, it's going to be a little bit clunkier when you move between these layers. The peg-in, peg-out process, for example, on side chains is typically a little clunkier. And then also, like with Lightning, for example, you have your payment is routed between different nodes in different channels. And that can be, that doesn't work 100% of the time. So these are kind of new emergent technologies that require, a little bit more work, and that's where they're being actively developed. So, going back to Bitcoin, Bitcoin is an objectively better money and foundation to build upon. But we need to introduce people to Bitcoin. And so how do we do that? We bring the applications or games back to Bitcoin. We bring DeFi back to Bitcoin. We bring NFTs, lending, borrowing. We bring all these different functions back to Bitcoin because that's what people want. That's what people are using over on a Solana and Ethereum. And these are the speculative games that they like to use. And again, I use speculation or games as in the term of like people like to play with the stock market or bonds or anything else as well. And so this brings about greater adoption, security, funding, and liquidity. So this is the conclusion of my presentation. It's hopefully this was an easy to understand guide of why DeFi is important, why it's valuable, and a very, very light introduction to sidechains, layers, and Bitcoin DeFi. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I hope you enjoy the talk. It's like, well, now we'll have a coffee break. So you can mingle, talk. I don't know if you like to talk, but I think I see some faces that I know they like to talk. So we go to the coffee break. I think it's a short one. As we are, we started later, we'll try to recover like 5 minutes each time. So please, when we bring you back, be very obedient and do. So enjoy. See you back in a minute.
She wakes up early every morning just to do her hair now because she cares, yeah. Her day I wouldn't be right without her makeup. She never to make up. She's just like you and me, but she's homeless. She's homeless. Yeah, she stands there singing for money. La da dee la la la, la da dee la la la, la da dee la
Hello, hello. Hello. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay. So today's talk is about merge mining. Why it matters, why it is so important to Rootstock, but also why merge mining is so important for Bitcoin. So let's get started. So in this talk, I will talk about 3 different topics. One is one of the key differences between proof of work and proof of stake, and why the Bitcoin community and the Rootstock community, we stick with proof of work, and why we value proof of work. The second, I'm going to explain in a little bit technical terms what merge mining is. I think that everyone should know a little bit how this works. If you are not a technical guy, a technical person, then just try to grasp, a little bit of how it works. And then we'll talk about some innovations that Rootstock has and that we are planning from the innovation and research team in IOB Labs to bring to the Rootstock community. So first of all, the basics. What is a blockchain? A blockchain is a ledger, a database, a shared database between all the nodes. It's a peer-to-peer network, so message flow from one node to another. And it's a consensus protocol that establishes how blocks of transactions are sequentially added to this shared ledger. And of course, this is very important because we want to keep all the nodes in consensus so that we prevent double spends. There are many differences between proof of stake and proof of work, which the names, these are only Sybil resistance method names, but the actual protocols are called Nakamoto consensus, and in the case of Ethereum, it's Gasper consensus, right? But there are many differences. We know that proof of stake tends to centralize power, tends to make the rich richer, but I'm going to focus today on a very practical and technical aspect that relates to proof of work with proof of stake, which is called the objective versus subjective consensus protocols. So in the case of Bitcoin, if I'm running a node and I disconnect from the network, I have a problem, or I reconnect a day later, or maybe a month later, or a year later, then basically I only need to connect to one honest peer, and I can get the blockchain, the best chain from the network, and I can be 100% sure that there is no other better chain in this peer-to-peer network. Just one honest peer, it's enough. But even if I cannot find a single honest peer into the pool of peers that are available, it's very, very hard to anyone to create a competing fork of the Bitcoin network, because it really requires, to keep mining at least for 2,000 blocks just to lower 1/4 the difficulty, and then you need to mine another 2,000 blocks to lower it again, just to be able to mine, some blocks very fast to fool someone into a double spend attack. So really, it's hard to create a competing view of the blockchain. In the case of proof of stake protocols, this is completely different. If I disconnect from a month, and it happens that the committee of stakers have changed, then basically when I connect again, even if I have an honest peer, if I have just one dishonest peer, I may not be able to differentiate which of these two forks is the real one. So that's why when we talk about proof of stake, we need a trusted party. So if I disconnect and I reconnect, I will need, the Ethereum Foundation or the core developer. Someone needs to tell me which is the right fork. And this has enormous consequences. Like, basically, it means that you will be trusting someone unless you are all online all the time. One of the Bitcoin's Nakamoto consensus is not the only objective consensus protocols. Ghost and Decor, this is the consensus protocol that Rootstock uses, are also objective consensus protocols. So now because we've chosen to do mining, and we need to do merge mining. So what is merge mining? Merge mining, sometimes called auxiliary proof of work or proxy proof of work, is a method in which a secondary chain starts mining together with a primary chain with the same hardware, basically with the same mining operations, with the same hash rate, without additional investment or without significant additional investment. I'm able to mine the two blockchains at the same time. And what is important and what is generally chosen, the merge mining, is because it allows different block rates. Rootstock has approximately 30 seconds block rate. Bitcoin has 10-minute block rates. We have proposals from the community to reduce the time down to 5 seconds block rate in Rootstock, and this is 100% compatible with the Bitcoin mining. But Bitcoin merge mining was not born in Rootstock. It has a very interesting history. So the first mention to merge mining was actually from Satoshi. He conceived this idea of BitDNS, a network where you could register names like domains, right? And what was interesting about this is that nobody thought this could be an attack to Bitcoin, because these two networks, the supposed BitDNS and Bitcoin, were not competing to become money. I mean, everyone knew, okay, Bitcoin will be the money, and BitDNS will be just another token to buy your domains. But it's not something that will compete. So the incentives were aligned. That's why in 2011, Namecoin, which was a blockchain to register domain names, adopted merge mining with the Bitcoin mining function, and it did merge mining for a number of years. But something happened in 2012. Then another blockchain that was called Collatecoin was created and decided to do merge mining again. Aha, we can have free security. Let's do it. And Luke Jr., which was and still is one of the Bitcoin core developers, he took his own hash rate, not his pool hash rate. He had a very large pool. He took his own hash rate, and with his own hash rate, he was able to 51% attack and destroy completely the Collatecoin. So what it tells us is that it's not enough to have high hash rate, but also there must be shared incentives, right? So the important is that Rootstock shares incentives with Bitcoin. That Rootstock is a Bitcoin sidechain. If Rootstock was not a Bitcoin sidechain, was just another blockchain, it wouldn't be possible to do this securely. And in 2014, Dogecoin adopted discrete merge mining with Litecoin. And this was a very interesting event because there was a kind of hash wars between the two chains. Like, what happened was that everyone was mining at Dogecoin, and then the difficulty of Dogecoin would rise because everyone was mining and it was more profitable. And then everyone would switch to mining Litecoin, And then, it was more profitable, and then the difficulty of Litecoin would go up and Dogecoin would go down. The block rates were completely crazy. And yeah, it was a big problem for both blockchains. So again, share incentives makes this possible. So they started merge mining. And of course, in 2018, Rootstock started merge mining. It was very low hash rate at the beginning. We had a backup system that was federated in case, the hash rate went down too much. I think 1 month after Rootstock was launched, this backup system was disconnected. So we had merge mining right from the beginning. And in 2021, we reached, I think, 40% of Bitcoin merge mining. Then there was a number of events, I would say, attacks on China's miners, and then it went down. And approximately we have now 50% of Bitcoin merge mining. And we are the leaders, we are the leading use case in Bitcoin merge mining, in merge mining in any blockchain, right? So if we take a look at, this incredible increase in hash rate, this is the amount of computation that's going on every second. So the current hash rate is 267 exahashes per second. That's 10 to the power of 18, right? And I don't know, I see a lot of people are young here, but 20 years ago, there was a digital encryption standard, was the encryption that SSL used for peer-to-peer communication, for the internet. And digital encryption standard had a key that was 56 bits in length, right? So currently, the Bitcoin network, the amount of hash power is breaking 2,000 of this key per second. Like, it was only 20 years ago that we considered that secure. So that's the amount of hashing power that is secure in the Bitcoin right now. But I've told you why this is important for Rootstock to have the security. But why it is also important for Bitcoin, and why Bitcoin miners are super interested to have these sidechains there for a long run, for the long term. So this is the Bitcoin money supply, and the inflation rate, and each one of these steps is the reduction, the halving, where the bulk reward is halved. And we don't know what will happen with the security of the Bitcoin network. We really don't know. We expect that the Bitcoin will increase in value, and we will have a security budget to keep these 6 blocks of confirmation. But maybe that does not happen. Maybe we will need 10 blocks of confirmation or 20 blocks. We don't know, because still early times. So one of the important things about merge mine sidechains is they can provide an additional revenue stream for Bitcoin miners, and we know for sure that Rootstock can generate enough revenue for Bitcoin miners to make this a changing factor for the industry. So in the long run, I really think that this could be a decisive factor for Bitcoin miners. So now, what is mining and what is merge mining? I've said a lot of merge mining, and I haven't explained it. So you know the process of mining, how it works. You have the Bitcoin header. You have a set of transactions that are hashed in a Merkle tree. You get the root, and then you have a nonce counter that you increment every time, trying to win the lottery and create this hash digest with a number of zeros. If you interpret this as a big integer number, this should be lower than a specific target. But essentially, it's like asking for a number of zeros, and this is hard, and you will need to try a lot of times. So this is how mining works. If you are very, very lucky, you may get it on the first time, but probably not. So the idea of merge mining is to link a Bitcoin header with a Rootstock header, so that these two are univocally linked. There is no way to link a Bitcoin header with 2 different Rootstock headers. So then we know that we are inheriting the security of that block. So we have to put in the Bitcoin, in some place unique in the Bitcoin transactions, a hash of a RSK block. And originally, this was part of the Coinbase field of the Bitcoin generation transaction, also sometimes called Coinbase transaction, which is the first transaction of the Bitcoin block. And then you would put the tag here. Currently, we would not do that anymore because there are many other chains that are trying to merge mine, and we put that hash in the last output of this generation transaction. So we basically create a new output. We put any number of satoshis. It could be 0 satoshis. It could be 1 satoshi. This output is not going to be consumed. This is going to be, thrown away afterwards, but just a placeholder to put this information. And the important thing is that it is unique. So now we have to prove, every time we build a RSK block, we have to prove to the node that these two things are linked. How do we do that? Well, we have the Bitcoin block, the Merkle tree. We can give a Merkle inclusion proof, which is these complementary hashes that shows you that basically you can have the generation transaction linked to the Merkle tree. And then RSK does an optimization. It has a little bit of a weaker cryptographic assumption, which is called the free start collision resistance that SHA-2056 has. So we can skip the head part of the generation transaction, start with the SHA mid state, and specify the tail and the RSK block header, and we are done. So if we pack everything together, we get this thing, this blob of data, and with this is the actual proof. So if we take a look at what Bitcoin is like, it's like a sequence of connected headers. And if you look at how Rootstock is like, it's kind of similar, but you have a Bitcoin header which is connected with this merge mining proof into a RSK header. And this whole thing is what you can use to prove to send you need everything to send to the network to provide a valid block. Okay, so RSK difficulty is a little bit lower than Bitcoin difficulty. So when you are mining, if you mine a Bitcoin block that has, this level of difficulty, you can use it for RSK, for Rootstock. And if you mine a block that has Bitcoin difficulty, you can use it for both, right? Because if it has Bitcoin difficulty, it also has RSK difficulty. That's why when you look at Bitcoin in the Bitcoin Explorer, you look at Bitcoin blocks, you would see the RSK tag. It's not that those blocks are the only ones that belong to Rootstock. Rootstock actually has 20 times more blocks, but you will just see a sample of the Rootstock blocks in the Bitcoin network. Okay, so this is all about, a summary of how merge mining works. But now, what did you do to improve this? We realized that it had some drawbacks, that we could go through a period of low hash rate, that we could have new adversaries that we haven't think about, and so we wanted to improve it. We wanted to make even more resilient. So we created several innovations. Essentially, we had two strategies to improve merge mining. One is prevention, that is, prevent the use of the current hash rate to rebuild Rootstock history. Like, how can we prevent, if all miners go rogue and they want just to, to attack us, I don't think it will ever happen, but let's suppose that it happens. How can we prevent them from rewriting Rootstock past? And then we have some deterrence measures, which is basically, how can we make any attack visible to anyone in the Rootstock so they can just enter a safe mode for some time? Okay, so if we see that there are two competing forks, then maybe we can just stop accepting deposits for some time. An exchange can say, okay, instead of taking 100 block confirmation, we'll take 1,000 block confirmation for today. So because the attack won't be profitable, then there is basically no incentive for the attack. So these are the two strategies. I will just give you an example of the first strategy. This is called timestamp linking. This is on the Rootstock network since the RS upgrade. Basically, it forces you to have the timestamp on these two blocks must be separated at most 5 minutes, which means that if I want to build a Rootstock block that is in the past, like 1 day ago, then I cannot take Bitcoin's reward for that block, because that would make the Bitcoin block invalid. If I want to cheat with the timestamp, that this forces me to cheat with the Bitcoin timestamp, and Bitcoin has some margins, but essentially I cannot create a block which is more than 2 hours old. So this is one of the examples of how to prevent the rewriting of the Rootstock history. And there is another proposal in the repository, in the research repository, the RSK IPs, which is called external hash rate confirmation, and it's a way to grab all the mining hash rate that is not being used for mesh mining to protect the Rootstock network. So let's say we have 50% of miners that are merge mining and 50% of miners that are just, they don't care. So there is a way that we can grab that 50% and make it useful for the Rootstock network. So that, if there is no attack ongoing, we secure the Rootstock net with 100% of the Rootstock hash rate. In fact, we could have, this is something very comical, we could have even more than 100% of the Bitcoin hash rate if we add up, Bitcoin Cash hash rate. So eventually we could be more secure than Bitcoin, which is kind of strange, right? Another way that we have in the Rootstock network to defend against attack is called the fault detection data. It's called the Armadillo monitoring system. This is a system that has been ongoing since almost the beginning, I think. Maybe Jose knows more about this. But essentially, in the RSK tag, there is enough information to link any two blocks in the Bitcoin network to a specific Rootstock fork. So if I just look at the Bitcoin network and I look at the blocks in the Bitcoin network that are merged mining with Rootstock, I can detect forks. So with this tool, we can prevent forks from even happening because we can spot them and we can just announce the network, announce the community, hey, we have a problem. Please don't accept confirmation right now. And the good thing about this is it can be fully decentralized. Like anyone can run an Armadillo node and be able to detect by themselves if there is an attack ongoing. Happily, we never had to use this system, which is, of course, perfect, but we still use it to detect some anomalies in Bitcoin miners. Like, what happens if a Bitcoin miner starts mining the same block over and over? We can detect it with this tool. Okay, so this is the proposal for increase the security of merge mining. This is 5 different proposals that are currently in the repository, and together this increases the security of merge mining. Yeah, and this is everything. I just want to summarize what I've said before. So Nakamoto consensus is the only objective consensus. So it's not like anything else. It's different. It's objective. It's better. You know that Bitcoin security is extremely high due to the hash rate, and a merge mine sidechain, which has aligned incentives with Bitcoin miners, can really inherit 100% of this security. We are currently having more than 50% in a monthly average of the Bitcoin hash rate, which makes RSK super secure. And we have all these innovations that we've been working since 2018 from the IOB Labs research and innovation team that I love them to be merged into Rootstock soon with the help of the community, of course. And that's it. If you want to know more about merge mining, there is a page in the rsk.co where you have a lot of information about not only about the technical details, but also if you want to start mining, there you can find information about how to do it. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. Hi. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Adrian. I'm one of the founders of Rootstock. And we are going to have a panel about mining, continuing with Sergio's explanation about merge mining. That hopefully you understand or you understood something about it. It was quite complex, so don't worry. So we have today Ethan Vera, Guzman Pintos, and Fernando Grijalva. Ethan and Guzman are co-founders of Luxor, and Fernando is a Latin American regional director for Brains, right? And they both run mining pools, right? So Luxor, it's a big honor to have all of them here today, as they are like two very important players in and actors in the Bitcoin mining industry. Luxor, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, is the second largest Bitcoin mining pool in North America, right? While Brains, you probably know Brains for its former name, which was Slash Pool. And correct me, Fernando, is the first ever Bitcoin mining pool that's ever existed since 2010, probably. So legends here from the Bitcoin mining industry. So thank you guys for being here. I have my cheat sheet of questions, and hopefully we can cover most of them. Okay, so I will start with questions about the mining business today. I guess it's a hot topic now because the bear market and everything that has happened. And actually these questions, I made them like a few days ago, so things got a bit worse. But one of the things that I find very interesting, and actually I've been talking with you, Usman, and actually with Daniel from Brains that he's here, in the last few months, is trying to understand the economy and the business model of a mining pool. Especially, it's very interesting for me to understand that so we can work to make Rootstock economically interesting for mining pools to do merge mining. Sergio has been talking about merge mining recently. So the first question for you is, how do you make money running a pool? Is it profitable to run a mining pool business today? I don't know. I want to start.
Yeah, I can take it. So mining pools are extremely hard because pretty much there's a lot of like other mining pool competitors like Brains. There's Foundry. There's Chinese mining pools that have like all of like huge balance sheets. So they've been trying to when you have like too many competitors, you essentially are like crunching on fees, right? So the mining pool as the core business, it's usually kind of like really hard to run, and also requires a bunch of people, a bunch of like data engineers, servers, backend engineers to essentially operate a mining pool that needs to be active 24/7. Because if we are down even for like 5, 10, 20 minutes, that basically means that our miners cannot connect and they cannot get their rewards. So essentially they cannot make income either. And then how mining pools have been surviving over the last few years is adding other additional services on top of the mining pool. For us, the mining pool is kind of like entry door to the Luxor ecosystem, and then to all of our clients, we are offering them brokerage services to like buy and sell machines. We offer them like data packages. We help them with introductions to like hosting sites. We provide all sorts of like financial services as well. So that's kind of, you're essentially building an ecosystem around the mining pool where essentially you can cater to different type of miners.
I just want to build on that a little bit. So, and kind of relating back to some of the merge mining discussions, when you go into a mining pool pitch as a business development person, you're pitching to a mining farm operator for them to send their hash rate to your mining pool. And the name of the game is get as much hash rate on your pool as possible. The number one priority for those miners is profitability. And so the first thing they ask you as a mining pool is, what is your fee? And so as a mining pool, you get compressed on those fees because you have to compete, as Guzman mentioned. And so things like merge mining are additional ways to pay out miners additional reward and kind of compete on that profitability line, which is the number one issue for all miners.
What about brains, Fernando? Because Guzman was telling about Luxor, and they are like diversifying offering for their clients, not only the mining pool product. What's the case for brains?
So when we first start with the mining pool is profitable, we actually mine 1,300,000 bitcoins already, but it's not profitable like it used to be. So as Goodman well said, we have to build an ecosystem around the pool. So the pool is kind of the hook for bringing miners. So we in Brains, we invest actually all the Bitcoin mining in our pool to give more security to the Bitcoin network and to the Bitcoin miners. Continue developing our firmware, which is our third product, all based on open source, because we consider as Bitcoin stakeholders and we want to back up Bitcoin as much as possible. So this is why all our products are open source.
Cool. So continuing the line of the Bitcoin mining business, we have seen some not that nice news lately in the media about big miners, especially in the US, having some financial and economic problems. Have a couple of examples. Argo, which failed to do a fundraise, if I'm not wrong. Core Scientific, also a big miner in North America that's exploring bankruptcy due to its financial situation. From your perspective, how do you think this can impact your business and the Bitcoin mining industry in general?
I think these cycles in mining are nothing new. The past few bear and bull markets, we've seen similar situations play out. There's two main differences in my mind with this cycle. First, there's a lot of media attention. Now mining is making headlines in Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, Financial Times, every press. So there's a huge spotlight on the industry. Second would be the amount of capital that's involved. In previous cycles, we didn't have so much financing coming in through debt markets, capital markets, a lot of public companies, and so that's really kind of made the situation a lot bigger and kind of put us to where we are today. I think it's important for the ecosystem to kind of heal from some of the over leverage and excess risk taking that it took this past cycle, especially in 2021. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, and if anything, it'll kind of help miners think through the risk profile of their businesses so that they can become more defensible in a very highly cyclical industry. So things like hedging is very important, especially on their energy costs, which is the number one input for miners. Hedging hash rate, which we have a new product for on their revenue side, and certainly good treasury management, not getting too over-levered, making sure their debt balance is maintainable. So while it is painful in the short term, I think we'll emerge from this stronger as a network.
So I want to add a little more on that topic. Institutional miners and the biggest miners in the industry made their operation base in a bull market. So now they are running into a lot of trouble because they don't prepare for bear market instead. So this for us is a great time because it's time to build, and our products can help the miners, for example, in terms of efficiency or mining security, like our firmware do. So for us is kind of our summer. Because we have a lot of new people preparing for the next bear market with us. So now I think it's like the time for construct for the next bull market.
Yeah, and also what's different about this kind of the current scenario is that we have like a double crunch. The first one is on the revenue side, hash price, which is miners' revenue, is all-time low. So right now we are like $60 per petahash per day. So that basically means if you have like 10 miners, you're essentially making $60 on all of them. So on the revenue side, we are like miners are essentially making way less money than they were making before. And then on their operating cost, over the last, I would say like North American summer and also in Europe, electricity costs have like increased pretty much like doubled overnight for most miners. So like miners are seeing a scenario in which their revenue is an all-time low, and also their operating expenses, mainly electricity, is an all-time high. So that's kind of like causing that like double crunch and tightening miners' margins.
So you say that mining profitability is probably at its lowest in the last few years, right? However, one thing that is noticeable to me is that recently we had an all-time high in hashing power. If I'm not wrong, more than 300 exahashes per second, while the mining profitability is at its lowest in the last 2 years. Why is this happening?
Yeah, one of the main reasons is because building mining farms is hard. And then, so all of these decisions to deploy capital and essentially increase all of the operations hash rate, these decisions were taken maybe 12 months ago when Bitcoin was like an all-time high. So all of these machines, all of the infrastructure was already paid. And since mining, although it's still profitable in most cases, essentially miners have all of these machines getting shipped to them. It's essentially time to plug them in. There's no reason not to plug them in if you can still make a little bit of money, although maybe not the return that you were expecting when you were making your Excel financial model like 12 months ago. Most of these miners were thinking they were going to ROI like within 12 months or so, and now that payback period is completely different. But yeah, that's the reason why hash rate keeps increasing. It's because these financial decisions to deploy more capital were made 12 plus months ago, and then all of the build-out essentially happened throughout these months.
So you mean that all those farms are still up and running, while the profitability is low, it's still like positive?
Yeah, essentially miners buying the top and selling the bottom.
So related to that question, this is actually something that Gabriel there in the audience suggested asking, because he has a very particular view of the world, but basically his thinking is that we have now governments mining Bitcoin, and that's why probably we have had the all-time high for hash rate. Do you have any opinion on that? I mean, governments mining Bitcoin, is that something that we can see happening?
Yeah, I think in terms of public announcements, there's been very little. So it could be a theory that there are governments mining at scale, and certainly there's been some announcements. For example, we helped the city of Fort Worth, which is one of the largest cities in the U.S., start mining at their city hall, and there's been news that El Salvador will set up some mining operations as well, but publicly there hasn't been a lot of announcements, although kind of in private channels we have heard of different involvements of governments such as China and Russia in mining previously. So definitely a possibility, but I guess to be confirmed.
Cool. So let's move to another topic now. I remember back in 2016, there was one of the first LabitConf conference that was held here in Buenos Aires. There was a mining pool, and I remember we had people from Endpool, BTCC, right? Which I think it's not working anymore. But there was a lot of Chinese pools present back in the day. Now we have you guys here, so you are clearly not Chinese. But back in the day, there was like, if I'm not wrong, around 70% of the Bitcoin hash rate that was produced in China. And that changed after the China ban, right? A lot of those operations have moved to the US, right? So the question for you guys is, are we facing a similar risk where the hash rate is now concentrated in the US?
So I think the only risk that miners in the US will face is if the regulation come to them and they can start to affect the Bitcoin network if more of the 15% of the hash rate is held in North America. I think it's pretty much the only risk. I don't know if you guys have any other.
Yeah, I would tend to agree that we are kind of in a similar scenario as a few years back with all of the hash rate in China, but there's some like nuance to that statement, which is that the US is kind of like a federal government, right? So you have kind of like different states that have a lot of power within each, like within the state itself, and then can fight against like federal regulation. That's not something that you can do in China, right? Where the central government will essentially dictate what happens across the entire country. So in the US, there might be regulation that applies to, for example, the Washington state, but doesn't apply to Texas. Or if there's a federal regulation that tries to, I don't know, ban mining, or, I don't know, try to censor transactions or whatever, the local governments can like fight back against that. And then also what we learned from China is that miners will be able to pick up shop and relocate somewhere else very, very quickly. So in that sense, if the US were to like ban Bitcoin mining, all of those miners could go to like other countries like Paraguay. There's a bunch of mining happening in like the Middle East, like Dubai, Kazakhstan, and Russia as well. So there's other places where like miners can essentially migrate and move their equipment to.
Yeah, I think Guzman's point there is pretty important, that Bitcoin is anti-fragile. So while it's important for us to encourage decentralization, it's really, I don't think, a huge attack vector. Although there are two areas of FUD I see in this. One is on the miner itself level, and we kind of saw that with the China hash rate, where people say, you know, the network's controlled by the Chinese. And so I do think that's important for us to spread out hash rate from the actual mining farms globally. And really excited about the stuff happening in Latin America, and one of the reasons we're down here. So that's important on the miner level. And then the second would be the mining pool level. And we saw that a lot with the Ethereum merge, is people are pointing towards the Bitcoin network and saying, hey, well, Foundry and Bitmain and a few others control over 50% of the network. And so distributing hash power through the mining pools is also important. Having 10 to 15 large pools that are all contributing independent and not collaborating within each other. Running a mining pool business is incredibly hard, and Brains and Luxor have been trying to help support the industry by providing diversification from the main Chinese mining pools and Foundry.
So related to that, I guess that a lot of miners have been set up in the States because probably it's the easiest place to set up an operation, right? I guess because of infrastructure, because of capital markets, probably. You mentioned a few things about Latin America. What needs to happen for Latin America to become a place for miners to set up mine operations? If this is not happening, probably it is. And I know Brains and Luxor have been working here in Latin America. Maybe you can share your thoughts about that.
So miners and governments have to still work together. In so many countries now, they are working in a regulatory frame, like we see in Paraguay, in Venezuela. That's the way that we need to protect the investors, putting capital into the countries, working under a regulatory frame, make us a better bet for each country. I think they are already working on that in so many countries, especially in those what we are mentioned. Also, Argentina is a good market for mining, and I think they have to continue on that way.
Yeah, the framework I think about this is miners decide to invest in a country for a few reasons. One is definitely stability of regulation, and that's a really important piece. Second would obviously be electricity cost, and so with those kind of dual pillars, I think you can lead towards a profitable business, and that's why many miners have moved to the United States, because cheap, abundant power, at the same time stable rule of law, and so they feel like their investment's secure. Of course, that's very subjective. An investor in Argentina probably views investing in Argentina very differently than an American investor would that's never done business here. So it's about bringing in different investors too. One of the qualitative points that I think is often overlooked is just people supporting the industry. If you look at the hash rate growth in Texas, a lot of that is because people are beating their chest saying Texas is the best place to build mining farms. There's whole committees and people all over Twitter and other social media platforms that are saying that. And so I think really Latin America needs more advocates. It needs more panels like this. It needs more people on social media really pushing Latin America as a good place to build mining businesses.
Great. So have a couple of more questions. There has been a recent debate that it's still active and very common to hear in the mining panel, like this, which is the proof of work versus proof of stake debate, especially because of the Ethereum migration to proof of stake that you all know about. As you know, Rootstock is based on proof of work, so we are long-term supporter of this. However, there are like different voices in the space. I guess mostly proof of work supporters stating that POS is centralized, and POS supporters basically stating that the energy consumption of Bitcoin is very bad for the environment, and that Ethereum has reduced its energy consumption by 99%. What's your vision on this, like on the proof of work versus proof of stake debate, and if you feel like aligned with some of these voices regarding like proof of work and its energy consumption, and proof of stake and its centralized state, I could say.
Yeah, so around the energy part of it, there's a lot of like misinformation around kind of like energy consumption as a whole. If you see throughout like essentially human life history, energy consumption and like kind of GDP growth, it's pretty much tied 1-to-1. So like the more energy a society is able to consume in order to generate value, essentially that contributes to the flourishment of that society. And we can see that in pretty much any society around the world throughout the last hundreds of years of human existence. So like the first myth is energy consumption is not bad. What like miners are usually trying to do is the miners always look for the cheapest source of power. And this cheapest source of power is usually stranded energy that a society is generating but cannot like fully consume. So for example, if there's energy that is being generated in, for example, windmills that are far away from the city, and there's excess power, a miner can come in and essentially turn their machines on and off to be able to use that energy when the society is not using them. Like you see that at your homes where you have like different energy prices. So usually in the morning it's cheaper, and then in the afternoon and late at night it's more expensive. That means in the morning there's a surplus of energy because we are like in the streets working, and then we are all back home watching TV, doing laundry. We are using more energy, right? Usually energy generation is kind of like 24/7, pretty much the same, especially if you have like hydropower. So that means that in the morning we're essentially generating a lot of power that is not being used. So like a miner can come in, start consuming that excess power, which is essentially wasted energy, and help societies bring their power costs down, and also essentially help with the payback of their investments. Like building a hydro farm, like a dam or windmills, is extremely expensive. So like a miner can come in there and kind of like help bringing down the electricity cost and helping pay back all of these huge infrastructure investments in much like shorter time periods.
So this is like the mining view. I would like to bring more like the Bitcoiner view of the proof of work versus proof of stake. So we can basically resume proof of stake in two words, like shareholders vote. As a Bitcoiners, we want to get rid of the human factor in the consensus. This is why we believe in proof of work instead of proof of stake. And also there is a lot of misinformation about the use of energy. They told us that they reduced the 20-point basis on the energy consumption on when we changed to proof of stake. But I read a lot of studies about that, and these GPUs they are not go away. They are mining other stuff, so they are more like 7-point basis. So it's not that less energy consumption that it looks like.
One other point that I like to discuss, because we run a mining pool, and I'm sure the Brains guys can relate this too, is there's a clear difference between proof of work mining pools versus staking pools, and that's a permission basis. So in the case of a Bitcoin mining pool, if a miner disagrees with the mining pool for whatever reason, maybe it's commercial, maybe it's philosophical on something like Taproot, they can immediately walk up to their machine and reconfigure that machine to point to a different pool. We don't control where their machines point. Whereas in staking pools, the vast majority of staking pools are permission basis, right? So you're staking your 32 ETH with somebody like Coinbase. If you disagree with Coinbase's view on the way the world works, you can't go and just remove your Ethereum and staking from them. You have to go ask them for permission first, and they could deny that. And so I think the mining pool and staking pool layer is a clear distinction on why there's an increased amount of centralization in staking protocols versus proof of work.
Related to that, Ethan, there is some community concern around censorship, right? And you know that mining pools have the ability to select transactions, right? And that's the place where regulators could come after very, very easily. At least today, I know there is like some innovations happening in that sense so that miners can select their own transactions. But today, the situation is this one. In Ethereum, according to what I understand, there have been a huge increase in OFAC-compliant Ethereum blocks, around 70% now on a daily basis. Do you believe we can see pressure from regulators on Bitcoin mining pools to censor transactions? And do you think it's Bitcoin better protected than Ethereum in this sense?
Yeah, I guess you still have somewhat the same risk. But like going back to like Ethan's point, the mining pool itself, although we are kind of like picking the highest transaction fees, so usually when we are building our block template, we look into our mempool and then we see how many transactions can we fit into this block, and then we are always selecting the ones that essentially pay the highest fee because we want to maximize our rewards for our clients, for our miners. So it could be a case where there's like a government that essentially knocks on our door and says you can no longer kind of like validate these transactions. But like at the end of the day, what like a mining pool is doing is essentially looking for like sending a job to thousands of miners all over the world and asking for a proof of work, which is like a hash function, right? So it's not that we are doing financial transactions or kind of like helping intermediate some transactions that might be seen like as OFAC censored or like whichever the framework is in the future. That's not exactly the same as with like proof of stake, because as Ethan was saying, most of the staking pools are permissioned where the pool operator, the staking pool operator has user funds, right? They are essentially kind of like a pure financial entity because they are taking custody of user funds and then using those funds to vote or to validate blocks on their behalf. So it's kind of like another extra step, which I think kind of like brings the regulator further into their house and kind of like more susceptible to regulation.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think proof of work is a little bit defensible in that nature, especially because the stakers are usually financial services companies, which are very highly regulated, versus miners are not. So that is, I guess, a bit of defense there. But I would say it is still a concern. And definitely as a US-based pool, it's something that we spend a lot of time thinking about from a legality standpoint. And so, in the case that the US government wanted to enforce OFAC-compliant blocks for American pools, that would obviously not be great because it's a slippery slope. They could go to, say, us and Foundry and say, okay, you can no longer include addresses or transactions that include certain addresses. Fortunately, there's very few transactions made by OFAC addresses in Bitcoin because usually when they get added to the list, they immediately spin up a new address. But it certainly wouldn't be great for like the overall like appearance of the network. And especially when you start extending the logic from mining pools, not including it, to then miners, and then eventually like the far extreme of that is you have to KYC every single address or transaction in the block itself, which would obviously kill the mining industry in the US. And so a lot of the work we're doing right now is with lobbyists in the United States, both at the state and federal level, to make sure that future doesn't happen, because what that will ultimately do is just push mining hash rate straight to Kazakhstan, Russia, Venezuela, and other places. And kind of the pitch to the American governments is really, do you want to have a seat at the table or not in this new global financial system? You're not going to be able to stop it. All you can do is stop it within your own borders. And so it's really important that regulators don't kind of start drifting towards that idea of, KYC and censorship of transactions in the block.
Yeah, on top of that, if you let me, Adrian, I want to add that most of miners are also, or Bitcoiners are concerned about the mining pools are controlling the Bitcoin network. This is why we at Brains, we are working on the Stratum V2. I don't know if you are aware. We are switching. Instead, the pools sending the work to the miners. It's the miners that choosing the work, so it allows more decentralization. So I'm always open to work with other pools, and I think they will see all the, not only the economical factors in security and decentralization. So we are going to see the adoption of B2 in the next months.
Yeah,
I hope so.
Yeah, we are all very eager to see that happening. So last question, and we are closing, and this is about second layers, and of course Rootstock, but in general second layers. You know that when we designed Rootstock, it was very clear to us from the very beginning that the incentives had to be aligned with the Bitcoin ecosystem. Sergio explained it very well before how RSK can create an additional revenue stream for miners, especially in the future while the subsidy decreases. Do you think that sidechains or any type of layer 2 can generate an interesting additional revenue stream for miners? And additionally, if you think it can drive Bitcoin adoption, maybe share your final thoughts about these second layers.
Yeah, well, I think that's another area of FUD that we see a lot for Bitcoin, is that with decreasing emission schedule, that eventually no one will mine because it won't be profitable to make capital investments, build mining farms, buy machines and whatnot. Of course, largely it relies on the price of Bitcoin increasing for increased amount of security spend. It's also not black or white. That there's a point in Bitcoin's history where the emission on a US dollar basis was extremely low, yet there's still people that were dedicating hardware and electricity to go mine it. And so, I don't think it's necessarily, detrimental to the ecosystem if we reduce security spend in a US dollar basis. But it certainly doesn't help with hash rate growth, which is important for the network. So things like RSK, I think, are incredibly important for the longevity of increased investment in mining and increasing the security of it over the long term. We need to continue to find ways, and I think Dan talked about this earlier, build more on Bitcoin, right? You look at Ethereum mining and Litecoin mining, a large reason why people were investing dollars and infrastructure to mine those coins was because of the transaction fees and the MEV and the merge mine available to it. And so all of those applications are really important, I think, to longevity of increasing security of the Bitcoin network and the hash rate.
Yeah, and then to add to Ethan's point, layer 2s and kind of like side chains are incredibly important for adoption, because in all of these like side chains or layer 2s, you can be more flexible with what you build on top of Bitcoin. You have way more tools, you have more flexibility, you can build like more interesting products that are sometimes hard or sometimes even not feasible to build directly on top of Bitcoin. And that's also good, like something good that Bitcoin has, which is it's slow to move. It's a kind of like armored truck that you're essentially going to custody your kind of like long-term wealth. And then whenever you want to do kind of like day-to-day payments, or you want to execute smart contracts, or you want to do, I don't know, there's so many use cases on the RSK network, you can move a little bit of your wealth into there to essentially do your day-to-day stuff, to do more complex transactions, to work on smart contracts and whatnot. So that definitely drives the adoption of Bitcoin, and also helps Bitcoin kind of like fight and be on kind of like future parity with other networks like Ethereum, Solana, where they don't have those constraints that Bitcoin has. On the other side, Ethereum and Solana don't have the security that Bitcoin has. So, to wrap up, layer 2s and sidechains essentially give all of the features that all of these fancy, shiny new blockchains have, but with security and the stability that Bitcoin offers.
Yeah, we support RSK merge mining. Everything that adds value to the Bitcoin ecosystem and Bitcoin network, like the future smart contracts, for sure will add value when the subsidy of the blocks were cut. This is why we believe and we still support RSK.
Okay, guys, thank you very much. It was great having you here. So big round of applause to you guys. All right, thank you. So we are continuing with our next panel. We will have Diego Massini. Are you there? Diego is our Director of Engineering in IOB Labs for the Apps and Services group. And the panel will be about opportunities and risk in a multi-chain world. Guys, welcome.
Thank you, Adrian. Hello, can you hear me? Yes.
We lost someone.
Yeah. He's coding, probably.
No. I want to see you guys. Wow.
Okay, so this panel is about opportunities and risks in a multi-chain world. For that, we will try to discuss with Bernardo Corti, founder of EMDX, Idan Yago, contributor to Sovereign and founder of Semendao, and Sergio Lerner, co-founder of Rootstock, about bridges across blockchains. So, Bernardo, do you want to start letting us know what EMDX is?
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Bernardo Corti, co-founder of EMDX. EMDX is a decentralized derivative protocol trying to bridge traditional derivative assets into a Web3 environment. Okay? As of now, we are running our protocol on Avalanche, but we are working very hard to deploy all our derivative products on RSK. Well, that's quite about us.
Thank you. Yago, you?
So my name's Iago. I am a contributor to a project called Sovereign. Sovereign is a community-governed, it's basically a DAO with the purpose of building a world on Bitcoin. The system is a suite right now of DeFi products, governance products, as well as things like NFTs that are built on Rootstock, and also integrate with other chains, which is going to be what we're talking about here, as well as Lightning Network.
Thank you. And Sergio, do you want to say something?
Yeah, you know me. I'm Sergio, one of the co-founders of the Rootstock sidechain, and a member of the Bitcoin community also.
Thank you. So the first question probably for the audience is, what's the bridge? Iago, you want to take it?
Yeah, so every single platform, which is a chain, right? So every single blockchain is effectively a way of storing memory of a state that we've come to consensus about. So for example, with Bitcoin, it's very simple. We have some people have Bitcoin, some people don't. How much Bitcoin does everybody have, right? That is the state that we've come to consensus about, and the blockchain stores the memory of that. It's a registry, right? Now, the same thing is true about Ethereum. The same thing is true about Rootstock. But we have these records of assets and transactions that are occurring inside each of these chains. But what we would like to be able to do, because they're assets that are important to us frequently on different chains, or we even want assets or smart contracts to interact between different chains, is we want information We want tokens, we want records to be able to be transferred, ideally trustlessly, between different chains. That transfer has to be done somehow, and the term that we use in the industry is bridging. And I'm sure we'll talk about how it's not trustless today, and where we need to go from here is a higher degree of trustlessness.
Thank you, Iago. So essentially, a bridge it's an interoperability solution that allows users to transfer assets from one chain to the other. And I would like to ask you, Bernardo, how can this kind of interoperability encourage traditional financial players to come to Web3?
Okay, this is a very interesting point because, I think that decentralized finance will eventually take over traditional finance. It is much more efficient and it is a matter of time. So the only thing to think is how the process will unfold and how we can accelerate it. So when you see which is the current status of the traditional financial infrastructure, you see that they are 50% digital, 50% analog, and they are even using fax machines in some workflows. But they have an infrastructure that do works. So I think that cross-chain interoperability protocol should have a kind of component-focused approach. So we have to develop things to interact with these kind of Web2 backend systems and to allow them to come in and to use all the full potential of blockchain, smart contracts, crypto derivatives, oracles, and so on.
Thank you.
May I add something?
Sure.
Yeah, it's very interesting what is happening. And I think it was predicted in 2010, was that each chain would specialize in some function. Like you would have a chain with super high anonymity and a chain with super high functionality and another chain for gaming. And this is something that was in the early people ideas. And now with cross-chain communication protocol, we are reaching a point where you can basically move your assets, move your digital assets to the chain when you need to use them for the purpose you need to use them. And that is transformative.
Yeah. Iago, you mentioned that today they are not as decentralized as we would like to have them. So what are the limitations? What's preventing us from having real decentralized bridges?
All right, so bridges have been a real problem in many ways. In the last year and a half, there's been something like $1 billion worth of assets stolen from bridges. And even maybe more fundamentally, the reason we're here today is because one of the things that Rootstock provides and that we realize is important is the ability to bridge Bitcoin from Bitcoin layer 1 to Bitcoin layer 2 and beyond. So why is this such a problem? It's a problem because, starting with the second example, with Bitcoin, Bitcoin has limited scalability and limited functionality on layer 1 by design. If we do not have trustless ways of bridging Bitcoin to additional layers of functionality, let's say we wanted to have a chain like Rootstock, which specializes in providing EVM smart contracts. We have a different chain which specializes in low-cost transactions for Bitcoin. If we don't have a trustless way of moving Bitcoin between these different layers, we lose the security property and the self-custody property of Bitcoin. The whole reason we wanted Bitcoin in the first place, we start to lose. Now you take that idea and you expand it across the entire crypto space, and what we have is a situation where you can, with a high degree of trustless assurance, or you can use like tokens on Ethereum, but if you want to transfer them to some other place, now you're re-entering this world of intermediaries. And intermediaries, as we know, are security holes. So this is a huge challenge. So, for example, with Sovereign, we bridge assets from other chains, for example, from BSC, from Bitcoin, and from Ethereum. With Bitcoin, we bridge assets using a relay called FastBTC. It's federated. It doesn't have the same level. It uses PowerPeg, but it's faster than PowerPeg. So you're basically giving up a level of trustlessness in order to get faster confirmations, but you're giving something up. And more than that, it places an onus. There are actors within the sovereign ecosystem who need to take on that responsibility of managing the relay of your Bitcoin. The same thing happens with transfer of, say, Ethereum from transfer of ETH from the Ethereum network into Sovereign to be used in the Sovereign AMM to trade against Bitcoin. These things are terrifying, right? Like, if there's one thing that keeps me up at night when it comes to Sovereign, it's not the smart contracts that we've built, which are highly secure, right? It's the potential for exploits around the bridges. But we've seen a huge amount of advance in terms of being able to get closer to cryptographically trustless bridges. If you've heard about roll-ups, right? Zero-knowledge roll-ups. What a roll-up is it's effectively a trustlessly or near trustlessly bridged chain. We have the opportunity to do that for Rootstock. We have the opportunity to do that between chains, and we have ultimately, and I think this is, the big deal. If we can do this, it's game over. We've won, 100%. Is to trustlessly bridge Bitcoin to other layers, also using zero-knowledge proofs. So I'm very excited about the future. But until we get to that future, we are all taking on additional risk when we're bridging.
May I add? Oh, this is very interesting because also the idea of decentralized bridge it came in 2014 with a Blockstream paper on sidechain. So everybody was excited about really decentralized sidechains. But I think there are three blockers for having fully decentralized bridge. Very precise blockers. One is an impossibility result, a theoretical result, which was brought by Samartin in a paper called Cross-Chain Communication, which he states that essentially for cross-chain communication you have to give up something. Like either you have a trusted third party, or you have to assume synchronism between chains, or you have to assume some crypto-economic assumption in your bridge. So that's, an impossibility result. That's something very strong. So you have to think about what are the weakness of each one of the assumptions you take. Another very interesting blocker of a fully decentralized bridge was the fact that Ethereum protocol, Ethereum consensus, was changing every 6 months. So if you wanted to build a bridge from, let's say, Rootstock to Ethereum, then you would need to upgrade these every 6 months with the new consensus protocols. And this is scary because if you really want to create a decentralized protocol, just do not touch it anymore. But if you still need to fix this every time, then it's not worth the trouble.
How decentralized is it?
Yeah. And the last one, I think it was the most important probably, is that to build a decentralized bridge, you need to build a light client of each consensus into another blockchain. And since every blockchain is different, then now you have to build a lot of light clients, and each one is different. So the effort, the coding, design, engineering that you have to do is such big to enter this multi-chain world, right? Not to bridge two chains, but and if you just do a federated bridge, you can just replicate it very easily. So the amount of effort you need to build a really decentralized multi-chain world is enormous. Even though I think this is changing with better self-knowledge proofs, I think we will see something better in the upcoming years.
Well, I mean, in terms of it being enormous, it's true that it's very, very large effort. But yesterday, we saw the collapse of FTX, right, which took 8 billion, maybe more, of our funds, right? Well, not mine because I wouldn't use it. But anyone who's using a centralized exchange, their funds were lost. There was more than $2 billion invested in FTX, right? How much has been invested in trying to build trustless bridges, which would get rid of the need for even having an FTX? I don't think it's been even, it's certainly probably not even 200 million, maybe not even 20.
Totally agree.
So those are very good points on technological challenges, and a little bit on financial, but Bernardo, can you let us know what are the challenges from the financial world?
Yeah, I think that interoperability will have a huge impact on DEXs. There will be impact on both sides, positives and negatives. Positives, I think it will help overcome the liquidity and market fragmentation problem. Hello, yeah, better. It will allow users from every blockchain access the whole pool liquidities independently in which layer they are locked or deposited. I see also other benefits like network effect. I think that it will unleash tipping points, which means that very small changes will impact higher and higher. Then we'll be able, once I think standardization in cross-chain interoperability protocol are achieved, we can expect to get some kind of escape velocity. On the other hand, on the flip side, I would say that standardization won't be easy to achieve. There will be a big problem for derivative exchanges, specifically speaking, which is the flow, all the data that you will have to manage at the same time. Because there will be data coming from your native blockchain, plus data coming from oracles, plus market data coming from the chain where you have your collateral deposited and your users are trying to use to open positions. I think that it is one of the greatest challenges to face.
You mentioned standardization in your answer. Do you think that at some point we will reach a moment in time that the user will be agnostic about the blockchains that are behind the scenes and they can transfer from one chain to the other without worrying about breaches and all that, or that's not going to happen? Never.
I don't know. I don't know, but I think that at some point in time, at some point in the future, users won't see what is happening under the hood, and it is our responsibility to build trustable things.
Yeah, I think that for that to happen, we must decouple the high security breaches with the swaps, small amounts, fast bridges, flyover protocols, that we cannot ask this high security breach to be fast, to be autonomous. They need a lot of layers of security. And then we can have fast bridges with liquidity, small liquidity, swaps, and everything just to make this fast and easy for the user. But we cannot have both of them. That's the greatest problem. Now some companies want to do fast and secure, and that's impossible.
So just on that last point, I'm not sure. And the reason is I think paradigmatically, it doesn't make sense to think about blockchains as purely or maybe even primarily computer systems. I think in many ways, blockchains are more similar to countries. They each have their own set of rules. They have their own set of policing and governance. They have their own economies. They have their own currencies. They have their own registries of assets. And so when you move from, I don't know, using one server of AWS to using another server of AWS, there's not a lot of friction. And you don't really need to know, which server you're using. But when you're going from Argentina to Russia, you probably want to know. When you're moving your funds from one bank to another bank, you definitely want to know. And that's because you have different types of trust assumptions. So to an extent, it's also about how we think about and how we educate people about what blockchains are. Bitcoin is a jurisdiction. It's got its, no government controls Bitcoin because Bitcoin controls itself. It's its own country. It just doesn't have borders. Every other blockchain which takes itself seriously is also a jurisdiction. And so I'm not sure we're ever going to have or even want frictionless sort of transparency to the end user.
That's a good one.
That's interesting.
But we are almost out of time. Any closing comments about this topic? Bernardo?
Yeah, I'm pretty bullish about cross-chain interoperability. I think that solving the liquidity fragmentation would be such a big thing. But I think that, as I said before, standardization will be something really huge to work on. Well, I think from the decentralized exchanges point of view, it will be one of the biggest things, because once you have this technical foundation, which is cross-chain interoperability protocol, we can build on top of that cross-domain interoperability, which is people, community interacting thanks to this trustable, highly reliable technology. And I think that is the point to get to.
So that's like the holy grail that we should aim for.
Exactly.
Sergio?
To get to this state of all chains breached that we aim to, I'm very humble. I think that there's too many scams right now, too many problems, and I'm just work to make the POPEC the best, the most secure bridge in the world. And that's my daily, as Iago mentioned, that's what makes me, not sleep well at night, is making I want to make sure that I'm putting the layers, the security layers, to make the bridge the most secure and take care of people's funds. And I think that if everyone does that, then we will get to a point where there are trustless breaches all over the place.
I agree so strongly that I'm going to give my final comment to you. I want to know what the next step for PowPeg is.
Well, I have the whole research and innovation team there. Woo! And they are working on, for instance, they've been working very hard, like Pato, on SegWit integration. This is important to make the bridge cheaper and faster. And we also are working on improving the security on the devices. I think that I'm not sure I can say it, but the whole firmware of the POPEC is now open source. You can go and check it. This is something that we've been waiting for so long. I think this was something that Adrian probably wanted to mention, but yeah. So we are open sourcing everything we do, so that you can evaluate the security, and you can, of course, report anything that you find, that vulnerability or bug or anything. So yeah.
Awesome. We are out of time. Thank you very much for being here.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Diego.
Let's go. Ahora estoy tratando de remar. Ayúdame que lo estoy tratando de hacer que venga Apps and Services.
Buenísimo. Bueno, yo en realidad hablé más porque no sabía eso, hablé más como de...
Hello, everyone.
Dale.
Yeah.
No, estamos...
All right. Good afternoon. So before I start, there's actually an announcement, not the real announcement that's after lunch, but I was told the LabitConf folks are here for the registration. So if you need to have an express registration, they're out there somewhere in the patio for that. So I'm excited about this panel. This is about scaling Bitcoin. And scalability has been a major issue around Bitcoin and blockchains, in particular recently, outside of the FTX collapse that happened a couple of days ago. So before we get started, I would like to kind of introduce the great panelists here, and maybe we'll start with Francisco. Can you please introduce yourself? What your role, your experience?
Thank you, Ahmad. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm Francisco Calderon. I'm a software developer and mostly work on Bitcoin, specifically Lightning Network. And now I'm trying to do everything what I do open source. So most of the time I'm working on personal projects that are open source, and the other part of the time I'm working for a company that is called DIVA, Digital Bitcoin Asset, and they are working on like a marketplace on top of Bitcoin using RGB. So it's also open source, my software and my work there. So that's me.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome. And Dieguito, I'm sure everybody knows you here.
Yes, I'm Diego Gutiérrez Saldívar, co-founder of Rootstock, CEO of IOV Labs, co-founder of Bitcoin Argentina and Latin America NGOs, and co-founder of Coibanks.
Welcome, Diego. Yeah. So with why do we need scalability? So we all have heard of the blockchain trilemma and or systems trilemma, which is there's decentralization, security, and scalability. And all systems have to pick two. Bitcoin's ethos and principles is around being highly decentralized and highly secure. And so there are other protocols that are looking to scale Bitcoin. Rootstock is one, Lightning is another one, but they have different approaches. So I'll start with you, Diego. How does Rootstock and Riff kind of scale the Bitcoin network?
Well, I have my own trilemma. That is security, scalability, and functionality, but it's still the same. Because why this trilemma is a little bit different on the one you said, because I think also when you add more functionality to a network, you are also trading off scalability and security. No, it's like that's, and in a way, Rootstock is a way of scaling Bitcoin in the sense that in Rootstock you can do maybe a few dozen transactions today, but when the full roadmap that Sergio has for optimization on the on-chain layer is applied, we can process maybe 2,000 transactions per second without centralizing the network. So, but there's a paper or an article from Sergio that is very interesting, because basically the different models are, for example, creating template transactions. So when you are reloading a payment channel, that's off-chain transactions, you are doing a kind of transaction that has most of its attributes that are always the same. So the only thing that changed maybe is the balance you are sending. So there are ways of optimizing on-chain data. The other thing that Sergio has in the roadmap is transient transactions. So not all data needs to live on the blockchain forever. So why not pay for the storage of that data only for the amount of time where I need it? So there's a model where data is alive, let's say for a few months or whatever you need, and then you leave a pointer so information can be rehydrated later on. But then for the blockchain, if you don't pay, the blockchain will get rid of that extra information, leave only the hook. So there are many ways. I would say Rootstock is on-chain extensibility or scalability for Bitcoin, and it was implemented in a very particular way, that is a sidechain. A sidechain is a secondary network that shares with the primary network the native asset. So Rootstock shares with Bitcoin the Bitcoin asset. So every transaction in Rootstock is paid in Bitcoin. So the fees are paid in Bitcoin. But we are a very particular version. Rootstock is a very particular version of a sidechain because it's merge mined. So the same miners that are processing and creating blocks for the Bitcoin network are creating the blocks for Rootstock. And now it has around maybe between 50 and 60% of all the hashing power of the world is in Bitcoin, is protecting also Rootstock. So that makes Rootstock over time extremely secure. So that's the other interesting thing. So I think Rootstock is not only a scaling solution, but it's an enabler of new things to happen in Bitcoin. That's the more powerful thing.
Okay, thank you. And Francisco, since you have more experience around Lightning and other protocols such as RGB, how do those scale Bitcoin?
Yeah. Okay, I think the way I like to be scaled, there is a lot of ways of scale Bitcoin, like for example Rootstock, and the other way is looking off-chain protocols, for example Lightning, and I think it's a very smart way of making scale Bitcoin because you don't need to settle all the transactions on the blockchain. For example, to buy a coffee is not. We don't need that. We have to rethink things to find a better way of scale. And off-chain protocols, for me, are a very good solution. And that is when Lightning entered to this area. Payment channels were let's say, invented a long time ago, but it was only one idea. And when you put payment channels in a network, it changed everything because you don't need to open one channel for the service you need to buy or sell. You only need to open one channel, and now you are in the network, and you can send and receive payments. And this changed everything because now we were used to use Bitcoin for buying on internet, and you don't care to wait for 10 minutes for the confirmations. But if you go to the streets to buy something on the street, or you're going to buy some, let's say, an ice cream, and you have a line of people waiting, you can't wait 10 minutes for a confirmation. So Lightning, in my way of see things, Lightning is bringing people to more people, bringing Bitcoin to more people, to people in the street, to people that don't need to wait, people that don't even care about technology, but people that care about monetary policy, and people that are tired of using fiat currency like happens here in Argentina or in Venezuela, where some small group of people decide for all the population of the country. So for me, I think Lightning is one of the best ways to scale Bitcoin. And also there is other ways like RGB, where you can, it's built on the same principles of chain. We can do with RGB, there is a new, this year I think was, people start to talk about sending tokens, fungible tokens on Lightning because of Taro, that Lightning Lab started. But we were working on RGB a long time before Taro on this, sending tokens on Lightning. So this is another door that is open, that sending tokens on Lightning, and we have all this. We can use this network that is growing. It's like I don't remember how many nodes, but there is it's growing exponentially. So we can do scale Bitcoin. We can use the Bitcoin network, Lightning network, to send tokens, and we can do a lot more. So.
Maybe, because I don't know if everybody knows how a payment channel works, but it's conceptually, maybe we can explain. Because payment channels, what you do is that you load certain amount of money, Bitcoin, in the case of Lightning, into a channel, and then you do that money is locked in that channel, and then you do like micropayments or partial payments against that money that is locked. I'm oversimplifying this, no? But so the idea is that instead of like recording each transaction on the blockchain, what you're having is peer-to-peer in exchanges of signed data that are the IOUs, no? The IOUs between the parties. And once you have made enough IOUs to deplete the channel, you can either close the channel or replenish the channel, no? Put more money into it. So basically, let's say that you do 100 payments, and then you open a channel, you replenish the channel, you are doing 2 on-chain transactions, so you pay in Bitcoin maybe 50 cents to $1, but you have done 100 transactions. So the total cost for each transaction, because exchanging data in the off-chain part is free, basically, the cost is 1 cent per transaction. That's why Lightning is so cheap, because it's basically you are not adjusting the balances for each transaction. You are consolidating a lot of transactions every now and then. So that's one concept of off-chain scaling. There's another one that in Ethereum is very used or developed, that is CK, the rollups. Basically, what you do is like you are not impacting, again, optimizations on how much information you are recording on the blockchain and how often you do it. And I think that's how we are trying to solve the scalability problems of blockchains, no? Creating this delay. That's how the traditional system works, actually. It's like the system is not like credit card system payments. They don't like settle every transaction. They consolidate transactions. So it's doing this, but in a non-custodial way and using protocols. So that's, again, we are rebuilding the whole financial system with protocols, not intermediaries.
Great, yeah. So, Francisco, you mentioned Taro, which is a new protocol that Lightning Labs introduced recently that we are all very excited about. And at IOV Labs, we're also doing some research and development about. Can you tell us a little bit, or from your experience, what kind of Taro is and what problems does it solve?
Yeah, Taro, I think this was this year, right? Was Lightning Labs released a group of papers about how to make, how to transfer tokens, fungible tokens, using Lightning channels. So they released an alpha version like 2 months ago, and it's very interesting that because this now we can use with Taro and RGB, you can set like real decentralized exchange, because you can set up your node and you can say, I have USDT and I change it for sats at some rate, and people that want to send USDT but have Bitcoin, they can use your node and automatically it's gonna take the fee. So it's very interesting because you don't need to put your face or name. You just create a pseudonymous node and you put money there, and you have your own service provider for like exchange.
But I think it's very exciting because now you can have transacting Lightning more than Bitcoin. You can transact the dollar, but the problem is like in the issuance of that dollar, you still need a custodial entity. No, it's like somebody is creating this USDT, and I think that's where Rootstock can contribute a lot to Taro, because if we connect Taro to Rootstock, we can have a smart contract maybe handling, for example, Taro issuance of assets or controlling. So we can have a more decentralized Taro version on the issuance of the asset, not on the exchange of the assets. And the other thing that I think Rootstock can contribute is the price discovery, because otherwise you need to negotiate, the price between different assets like every time. So automation of price discovery given that in Rootstock you have decentralized exchanges, can provide that information as well. Would be interesting.
You know, that would be very interesting to move dogs.
Exactly.
Online.
Exactly. Move dollar on chain into Lightning or any other Bitcoin back asset into Lightning would be great.
Yeah. I think we will have a good future. I hope.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the whole premise of being interoperable with different protocols on the Bitcoin network, is to enable one asset to seamlessly move from one protocol to another and to conduct everyday use cases. The other project actually that we're doing research and development at IOV Labs is, which you mentioned a little bit, Diego, is the ZK rollups, which is at a project name called Riff Aggregation. Can you expand a little bit more about what's so exciting, why you're so excited about it?
I think for now, and I'm not the expert, but because we have our research team that can speak deeper into how the protocol works. But one thing is, I think that for now, rollups as they are implemented, again, what they do is they bundle a lot of interactions and then they update the balances, the updated balances on blockchain every now and then. So one thing they do is like they remove a lot of the cost because you are not interacting on the blockchain every time. But for now, most of those protocols are linear. Let's say that you can reduce the cost of the transaction by 12 times. So you have certain level of scalability, which is good. But what I think we will manage at certain point with zero knowledge proof and certain aggregations is to disconnect the size or the cost of the settlement on the blockchain from the amount of transactions. So we will get to a point where maybe with 600,000 gas, that's a terminology of how you measure cost on Rootstock and in Ethereum. Let's say 600,000 of gas is, I don't know, maybe $1 or something. With $1, you will be able to settle or update the balances of 5,000 transactions or 1 million transactions. Once we break that linearity between the cost on-chain versus the amount of transactions we are processing off-chain, we'll see something that will be very powerful because people operating nodes, payment aggregation is very good for intermediaries. No, it's like, say, you have a wallet, you have your 200,000 users. What you want is like all the interactions between your users, you don't get them on chain. You have this payment hub, you do the aggregation, and then you settle every hour or every half an hour on the public blockchain to ensure that if you're hacked, the window of opportunity for the hack is only that window between settlements. But if we can break this linearity between the cost on chain and the amount of transactions we build, basically for node operator or for hub operators, the cost will be fixed. You can tell them, okay, if you do a settlement every hour, you only have to spend $500 per month, and you are taking the risk of 1 hour of transactions in between your users, but it's 500. So if you have few users, you can take that risk. But if you have 1 million users, you will say, okay, I will settle my transactions every hour, every minute, because I want to reduce but it will be a fixed cost. It will be 60 times higher, the cost, but still reasonable. It's like if you have millions of users, you have a fixed cost of operation of $30,000 per, which for millions of users, ask any fintech or financial system, is nothing. So I think what will be exciting is when we are able to break that linearity between the cost on chain and the amount of transactions we are gathering together in those proofs. So, and that's a potential that this technology has.
Great, yeah. So in this panel, we talked about scalability, the challenges, the various scaling protocols on Bitcoin, Rootstock, and Lightning. Is there any final thoughts or any new other technologies that you guys are excited about as well?
No, I think I don't know.
No, I think it's mostly all innovation around Bitcoin is happening. I mean, Bitcoin innovates also on the core but in a different direction, in ways of optimizing the blockchain, like being able, like, the recent developments are about like making multi-signature signing, that's multiple parties signing a transaction, more efficient, being able to have maybe thousands of signatories sign a transaction. Those have a lot of applications, interesting applications, even for Rootstock, no? In terms of optimizing the withdrawals from Rootstock into Bitcoin, having maybe in the future, for example, multiple federations. Now Rootstock has one active federation, Pegnatories, and then a fallback federation, and in the future we might have 100 federations, and then even if you want to attack the federators and make them stop the network, you don't know which will be the next federation, the next fallback federation, so attacks are impossible to do. So there's a lot of exciting things, but I think everything falls in the realm of Lightning, Rootstock, and the core improvement of Bitcoin. I think that's where the action is happening now, in terms of, I would say, deep tech innovation. So.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you very much. It's been an honor being with you guys here.
Thank you.
And please stay with us, because now we are going to play the Bitcoin Revolution teaser. I think it's kind of a, something we will have exclusive, or one of the early projections, and it's amazing. So.
¿Quién le tiene miedo a Bitcoin? El mayor temor viene de los estados y de la banca centralizada.
Antes de la crisis del 2008, la masa monetaria era 0.8 trillones, 0.8. Y ahorita está en 8.2 trillones.
La gran recesión plantó una pequeña semilla que comenzó a germinar, ¿no? Y fue la semilla de pensar que el sistema monetario realmente tenía un problema serio.
Cuando el gobierno pierde credibilidad, el dinero se vuelve aire.
Para que el dinero sea dinero, tiene que ser escaso.
Bitcoin cumple una función muy importante, que es la de tener un sistema de reserva de valor neutral.
Que ningún político, gobierno, corporación puede modificar.
Ya está permitiendo que la gente pueda cooperar y transaccionar de manera pacífica.
Creo que ahí está nuestro rol. No intentar que más personas lo adopten forzados, sino demostrarles por qué está acá para cambiar la historia.
Protesto ante los apóstoles de Bitcoin porque da la sensación de que solo ven las bondades.
Da la sensación muchas veces, y no quiero generalizar, de que es puramente especulación y de que el objetivo no es tanto cambiar la sociedad, sino forrarse, literalmente.
Así que, ¿qué es Bitcoin? Bitcoin no es una moneda, es un activo de riesgo, de muchísimo riesgo.
No creo que Bitcoin destruya, no creo que Bitcoin sustituya. Todos los medios de pago, las monedas, los sistemas de valor son compatibles unos con otros.
Tenemos un país, un primer país, que aceptó Bitcoin, le dio la oportunidad de demostrar su valor.
Si Bitcoin Beach, una comunidad tan pequeña, le ha demostrado a El Salvador que es posible, ¿por qué el país entero no lo puede ser?
No solo va a ser la Singapur de Bitcoin y blockchain y fintech en Centroamérica y Latinoamérica. En algún momento se va a convertir en nuestra Suiza.
Bitcoin es parte de la evolución del dinero y que toda evolución genera cambio y que Bitcoin va a cambiar el mundo.
And now, are you hungry? Yeah? Okay. So if you are hungry, you have to go to the left. To the right, not to the left. So food is in that direction. And you can move there, have lunch, enjoy conversations, and see you back after lunch.
Second guessing all my intentions. She know by the way I use my compression that you got the answers to my confessions. It's like I'm powerful with a little bit of tender and emotional sexual bender. Mess me up, yeah, but no one does it better. There's nothing better. That's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel. So real. That's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel. Your love is so, please don't stop it. You got me right here in your jean pocket, laying your body on the shag carpet. Oh, you know I love it, so please don't stop it. It's like I'm powerful with a little bit of tender and emotional sexual bender. Mess me up, yeah, but no one does it better. There's nothing better. That's just the way you make me feel. 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 So real. That's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way that I feel now, baby. Good God, I can't help it. Hey, that's just the way that I feel. Yeah, please, I can't help it. It's like a powerful with a little bit of tender and emotional sexual bender. Mess me up, yeah, but no one does it better. There's nothing better. Damn. That's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel. So good, so good, so good, so good. That's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel. You make me feel so good, so good, so good, so good, so good. Yeah, that's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel.
Hola, hola. Queridos, estamos listos para arrancar, así que les pido a todos que se vayan acercando. Vamos a hacer un anuncio muy importante, así que el que no venga en los próximos 5 minutos se pierde el anuncio. Hola, hola, hola. Última llamada. Se viene un gran anuncio para el ecosistema Rootstock. Los esperamos en el main stage.
Chatera de pomelo, la de naranja tiene más fibra también, si no, limón, menta, manzana, cedra. Vale, eso. Bueno. Dale. ¿Café? Sí. ¿Expreso? Dale. Ok.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Te pido un agua con gas para ir empezando y pues te pido porque estoy en la llamada.
Agua con gas.
How's that? Is that coming through? Okay. Okay, we have a slightly complicated technical situation.
But I think I have a solution.
Yeah? All right.
So, people are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly when you're alone. Women seem wicked when you're unwanted. So, this is a classic. This is a classic. Yeah. Yes. So I think we will keep trying. Maybe Fede will jump in. But the big announcement we had is like, today, Buenbit is, well, officially integrated with the Rootstock ecosystem. That's That's 770,000 registered users and 110,000 active monthly users. So imagine what that will bring to the Rootstock ecosystem. And Daniel, please.
So for those of you that use Buenbit, today you should be able to log in and see RIF, RBTC, and RDoc available. And all of the tokens in the Rootstock ecosystem can be made available through Buenbit. This has been a deal we've been doing with Buenbit for over 6 months. It was an enormous amount of hard work. Not only are the tokens going to be integrated and accessible in all of Buenbit's main markets, But we're going to use Buenbit as a staging post for all of the Riff technology that's going to be integrated over the next 12 months. So RNS domains, the DeFi gateway, a whole Riff aggregation. There's a whole range of different Riff products that are all going to be integrated into Buenbit over the next 12 months. So this is more than just a token integration. It's more than just RSK tokens being available in Buenbit. The whole Riff suite is all going to be integrated into Buenbit over the next 12 months. So it's going to be an incredible sort of demonstration of the power of all the amazing technology we're building with Riff at the moment. But not only that, this on-ramp and off-ramp in Buenbit's key markets makes it really easy for everyday DeFi users to get into RSK, get access to tokens, and start using them. So yeah, I mean, this has been a deal we've been working on for a long time. It's unfortunate, Fede, you can see him. I don't know if you can hear him. He's hanging out in an airport on his way to holiday at the moment. He's sorry he couldn't join us here, but probably not sorry he's going on holiday. But yeah, I mean, this is massive for us. This is the first of this type of integration we're doing. We have a couple of more in the pipeline at the moment, and the goal is relatively straightforward: to expand the Rootstock ecosystem into as many markets in Latin America and make the tokens available for as many people as possible. And this is something that the growth team and everybody in the product team has been working on for a while. So yeah, it's a huge piece of work. Again, unfortunate Fede can't be with us, but you can see him. So he does exist, and this was what was originally intended.
Yes. And hopefully what we will do is when he comes back online, we will open the microphone for him to give just a message of why this is relevant for him. I mean, for the Buenbit team. For us, it's clear. It's like, making the whole Rootstock ecosystem accessible to hundreds of thousands of users. Also having on-ramps and off-ramps to get into the local economies in Argentina, Peru, Mexico, and very, very soon Colombia as well. It's part of the strategy. So this is good news for everybody. I think we are all working to create an ecosystem, and it's this Lego of finance we are building. So this is a new member of the family that will bring a lot of opportunities for the whole ecosystem.
Hey Fede, can you hear us? Again, we'll see if we can bridge this together somehow. But for all the people in the room who are building an RSK and struggling with on-ramps and off-ramps, I would recommend, this is a big moment for you guys. We hope that this increases access to your protocols as well as the token access as well. So, yeah, so for the guys at Tropicus, for the guys at Sovereign, for the guys at Money on Chain, this is a big plus for you guys as well. That's it.
Total. Gracias.
Maybe that's it. That's it. That's the special announcement. Okay, who's up next? Who's up next?
I forgot. With all the mess up.
So with all the confusion, I'm not quite sure who's next. It might be Toby with his Everyday DeFi intro. So Everyday DeFi is an idea we've been working on at IV Labs for a while. We believe very firmly in this strategic vision that the purpose of crypto, when it was originally kind of conceived of over a decade ago, was to expand financial access to as many people around the world as possible, especially those in emerging markets struggling from government incompetence and runaway inflation. And Toby's going to run you through the Everyday DeFi idea, the difference between Everyday DeFi and Advanced DeFi, and why we think Rootstock is the best place to build. Toby.
Hello. Okay, so everything that we've been doing so far is actually advanced DeFi. Okay? Just let that sink in. I'm going to take you through some examples of what this advanced DeFi is and how this compares to something we call everyday DeFi. And there may be some memes. We want to have fun. I like memes. So, what is advanced DeFi? Well, as you know, it is designed for the financially literate, the tech advanced people of the world, affluent Western retail users, of which I am one. And we're at a very unique time in the global economy. Crypto adoption, however, is booming in emerging markets, including Argentina. If you look at the inflation rates as of the end of 2021, Argentina was at about 52%, and I was informed by an advisor last night in Espacio Bitcoin that this is set to reach 100% by the end of 2022 in Argentina. The world's 6 largest remittance recipients are also on this list. So what I'm saying here is in emerging markets, this adoption is driven by everyday use. If you look at what's happening in the US, in LATAM, stablecoins and the store of value is really, really important, specifically as an inflation hedge, but also to send to family members for remittances. There's a lot of words on this slide. I'm going to walk over here. As Daniel Fogg, our president and COO, coined the phrase earlier this year, this is a new phase of cryptocurrency adoption and is the beginning. It will be driven by people trapped by weak local currencies with declining purchasing power. It will be defined by normal people using blockchain tech for simple, everyday tasks. It will take place in the tower blocks of Mumbai, the markets of Jakarta, and the villas of Buenos Aires. This is the biggest market opportunity cryptocurrencies have ever seen. Let's take a look at some numbers. Okay, so if you look at the advanced DeFi wallets globally, 4.3 million wallets. Okay, I can accept that. Look at the number of unbanked or underbanked people in the world, 1.8 billion. Okay? And if you look at the remittance flows globally, that is 540 billion US. This is a big opportunity. And we need to make it a reality. We think to bring everyday DeFi to reality, we need to focus on these 3 things here. I'm going to talk more and show you some details of how to simplify all aspects of the product and user experience. We also, though, need to educate and also safeguard users in this market. Let's take a deeper dive on the user experience. I am very, very hot. Okay, I think I believe you, Toby, but show me some real examples, man. Show me the juice. Okay, so do you want to know what everyday DeFi is? It's one of those things, I can put some words on a slide, but like the Matrix, you have to see it to understand it. 4 examples. Number 1, onboarding. Here we go. All right, on the left-hand side, we have advanced DeFi persona. On the right-hand side, everyday DeFi persona. Okay, get into this now. As an advanced DeFi user, I want to see all 64 hex characters, my private keys. I love different wallet applications for different needs, for different chains. I actually enjoy dual keying my seed phrases all the time, and a Trezor is a must-have accessory. I actually have 3. Everyday DeFi. I already have too many passwords. I just want to set up the app quickly and feel safe and secure without having to study cryptography. Maybe advanced DeFi is not for everybody. Right, so here's a real example. Now, I have deliberately not picked out any current partners, because if I pick one, I have to say all of them. So I have picked some examples in the market today, not necessarily on RSK. So here we go, onboarding example. On the left, you may recognize an obscure application called MetaMask. This is the mobile version, which I have to admit I had not installed on my mobile phone until a few days ago. I normally use the browser version. So I thought, okay, this is going to be good. I'm not sure if this is a good example of advanced DeFi, but yeah, it was good, but it's complicated, man. Look at how much text is on that screen. It was like 27,000 steps. I had to type in multiple passwords. I actually gave up when I had to watch a video of the fox, and that was step number 26,000. And, you know, they've streamlined it, but it's still way too complex. Information overload for a normal person. Okay? Here's the comparison. This is actually Argent wallet, and the onboarding is very, very simple. Literally 2 or 3 clicks after I download this app on my iPhone. No seed phrase. Seed phrase was deferred. I enter a PIN. I'm backed up in iCloud. Really simple screens, and I was in. Really nice onboarding experience. That's a real example. Okay. Example number 2. Trading versus payments. Now, I know what you're going to say. Toby, trading and payments are completely different things. You'd be correct. That is kind of my point. My point here is advanced DeFi, the speculation aspect, very important. And I am one of these people, right? I love this kind of stuff. Let's go into detail. I want multiple asset pairs. I love leverage positions. I must have ticking live prices. I need to see the market depth, RSI, and 30-day moving average. Yes, everyday DeFi. Payments are more important to me. What is trading? I don't even know what trading is. I just want to pay for my loaf of bread without leaving the app I trust. Here's a real example. Now, there are lots of examples I could have picked, and don't get me wrong, I love these apps on the left. This is PancakeSwap. This is a good decentralized version of your classic centralized exchange trading platform with all of the above features I just mentioned and more. Again, information overload. My grandmother is not going to use PancakeSwap, I can tell you. I love it, but not everyday DeFi. Okay, also not very easy to use on a phone. Here on the right, this is Revolut, and this is a feature for payments that was added on the 1st of November, so pretty recently. This is very similar to some features that people in the room have built or are building. So let me just explain here. I was able to take the Revolut app, create a virtual card, and use my Matic position, my Polygon tokens, to create a card. I actually called it Pay with Polygon. I could have put, hey guys, I love you, but I chose Pay with Polygon. And I can now pay with my Matic tokens anywhere I like. They will be swapped on the fly for a 2% fee, and the payment experience was maybe 3 clicks to set this up. I know other people in the room have got this. This is a brilliant example of everyday DeFi payments. This is the direction we want to go in. Example 3. Saving and borrowing. Oh, this is a good one. Let me come over here. Right, advanced DeFi. High yield, high risk. Okay, I want big yields, man. If this means I lose, I lose. That's okay. I love investing multiple assets. I must have access to loans to leverage even more. I need to move in and out of multiple protocols as the yields change. Okay, I get it. My grandma's not going to do this. Everyday DeFi. Savings need to be simple, safe, and easy. I just want to save up to buy a guitar in 3 weeks. Sometimes it would be helpful if I had a short-term loan for the guitar. I prefer borrowing and saving in dollars, Argentinian pesos, Brazilian real. It's just simpler for me. Here's a real example. Okay, again, I could have picked lots of things on the left-hand side here. I went for another Binance chain classic buy swap, offering 40% APYs. This is if you're not familiar with it, this is an AMM-based yield farming protocol. Pretty complicated to use for the first time. Multiple transactions, signage, conversion of tokens required. Again, I love this. This is not every day. Impossible to use on a phone as well. All right, let's look at the everyday DeFi example. This is actually, again, a real example. This is an app called BitNob, and this allows you to create a savings plan, but real easy. Literally, 1 click. Yeah, I want Bitcoin savings. I want to lock for 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. Click next. I'm saving. Much, much easier. Lower risk, lower yield, but really, really simple interface. This is the direction of travel for everyday DeFi. Last one. Example 4. Peer-to-peer sending. Okay, advanced. I like to send things to myself on different chains. Why not? And I like to send to my advanced DeFi friends. Okay. I need to move between centralized exchanges, decentralized exchanges, and lots of different protocols. I want to farm capital on different chains. My friends sometimes give me tips and send me tokens. Alts. Okay, no problem. Everyday DeFi equivalent. Sending to my family members, remittances. I need to send $100 back home to my sister every month. My sister does not understand crypto. We cannot afford high fees. Okay, so here's the contrast. Again, lots of examples on the advanced DeFi side. This is basically wallet, your classic wallet. And also, very, very feature-rich, amazing apps like Binance and KuCoin, which again, I love. I have these on my phone, I use them all the time. Just take a look at this user interface. It is, I think, it's amazing. There's like 1 million icons, 10 different screens to swipe through. It's got everything. Way too complicated for everyday DeFi. Here's another example. This is actually Bello on the everyday DeFi side. And the experience is very simple. Take one feature from here. Think about, I'm sending to my sister. I choose my sister in the contacts. I pick the thing I'm sending. I send it. That's what they do really well. They've made it really simple and it works. This is the direction of travel for everyday DeFi. Okay, so we've looked at some examples, but how do we connect these opportunities to our collective products? Well, we need to make this a reality. We need to think about how to pay bills, how to save with returns, how to borrow at reasonable rates, and let's not forget remittances. As you all know, RSK Rootstock is a platform that makes this fast and easy to use blockchain neobank functionality in a secure and performant way. This is how we do everyday DeFi. If you take the Rootstock platform, combine it with the RIF infrastructure framework, you guys in the room who are neobank innovators, build on top of that, and then together we can deliver the retail financial services in the direction of travel of the everyday DeFi end of the spectrum. Just to finish up, I'm pleased to announce an updated RIF product suite that is coming soon in the next few months. This will include all of the above for ramping, full integration of our native stablecoins, DOC, RDOC, XUSD, and others, fast and cheap on-the-spot payments. We will start with a showcase neobank in the form of a RIF wallet, which is a next-gen smart contract wallet. This will be open-sourced and will integrate RIF Relay. It will integrate RNS, and then we will roll out future versions for RIF Flyover, RIF Aggregation, RIF DeFi Gateway, and more over the coming months. Together we can do this. We can build easy-to-use apps for everyday DeFi normal people. Accessible by everyone. Fast and cheap for those remittance use cases. The call to action is clear. Let's build everyday DeFi together. Let's grow together and be a force for good together. Thank you. Okay, so next on we have a very interesting panel coming up with IOV Lab's favorite Pei Chen moderating, segueing nicely from the everyday DeFi use cases we were just looking at. The panel is going to be looking at how to build everyday DeFi. Pei will be taking us through and has a number of experts from the ecosystem discussing these use cases. So I'd like to welcome onto the stage Pei Chen and her panel. Please welcome Pei.
¿Cómo le van a dar 3 millones a Wendy?
¿Tienes micrófono? Sí, vamos.
Hola, hola. Hola, hola. Oh, mira, estaba prendido.
Hello.
Hola.
Hello.
Hi.
I think we're good now. As many of you know, we officially launched the Everyday DeFi concept back at Consensus 2022. We, as a company, truly believe that a new era of crypto adoption has arrived, and the majority, the mainstream, is ready for it. We're not really talking just about Rootstock adoption. We're talking about building a future where crypto and blockchain will be an integral part of the day-to-day infrastructure that could serve everyday human interaction and financial transactions. So now I think looking back, it's fair to say we've come a long way. We've built a lot of decentralized finance platforms together, but we often found ourselves stuck in the middle of high risk and unprotected DeFi use cases. And a lot of them, including myself, have been burned from incidents such as the FTX that happened, the Terra and the Luna incidents. The list goes on, the bridges incidents, so on. So I think, the one point is at Rootstock, we are really committed to delivering true value to our everyday normal end user through non-speculative and low-risk use cases. And I cannot think of a better way to do that, to reach the next billion normal people, than partnering with our very intelligent, very creative partners in the space. And all of these panelists today are joining me for this discussion. And I think, given where things are going, we're making really meaningful traction and progress. Together, I believe we'll reach that tipping point of an explosive growth. And right now, it's just really nice to see how partners and projects are intertwined and thrive together. So I'm really excited about this panel, where we're going to be talking about everyday DeFi use cases and different products that are making everyday DeFi a reality right here on Rootstock. So thank you so much, guys, for joining me.
Thanks for inviting us.
And I think just to quickly introduce everybody, and we'll jump into some questions. On this stage, we have Mauricio, the co-founder of Tropicus.com, and also co-director, CEO of True. And Tropicus is the very first decentralized finance platform that is powered by Bitcoin and born in Latin America. And we also have Ez, the CEO of LatamXO. And LatamXO is a Bitcoin as a service platform with a very big focus around Web3, wallets, dApps, and DAOs. So welcome. And also we have Bruno, the founder of Defiant, a self-custodial mobile wallet and a P2P marketplace. And lastly, we have Juan, co-founder or founder of Krypton Market. Yes. So it's I believe it's a marketplace for artists, freelancers, professionals, small, medium businesses to interact with, get access to Bitcoin and transact at the merchant level. So we'll get to
this was our beginning. Yes,
exactly.
This is how we started.
Correct. Okay, awesome. So without further ado, we'll get to the questions. The first one I would like to ask you guys is, what is your core product and how do you envision everyday DeFi fitting into your business strategy?
Yeah, hello everyone. Tropicus is a savings and borrowing protocol that borns because we were suffering some financial problems, not only in Colombia, where I'm from, but also my partner is from Spain, and he saw how their money lose value every time he went back to Spain. And also my brother lives here in Argentina, and I suffer with him these permanent cycles with the inflation and the devaluation. And we have the other company, True, that is a software company, and we started to build DeFi projects for third parties, and we started to see that the benefits of the technology. And we say, okay, we have the knowledge, we have the pain, we have to do something, we have to put our money where our mouth said, and we started Tropicus, and we have been building the protocol with more than 400 people in the community. And our idea is something like Toby mentioned just a few minutes ago. And I'm so excited about that because you can use Tropicus to save money and borrow money in very few steps. Actually, if you want to do it only with your Gmail in a non-custodial way, in one click, you can do it. We are also integrating some exchanges to use your loans with debit cards and to your bank account in Latin America. I'm sorry for the people that is not from Latin America. You cannot use those kind of services yet. But we try to simplify the user experience for the users to access this kind of financial services. Our thesis is that we have to behave as the people behave, and we don't expect the people to behave as the crypto community expect to behave. And we think that we have to go in that way, in that strategy of everyday DeFi.
Thank you, Mauricio.
Hi, how are you? Okay, from LatamXO, it's a platform that we are very focused in the user experience, that we are talking about everyone, about how a regular person, not technical person, can use all amazing this DeFi all days. So we focus to build a product that is very easy and even is a service. So the most important is that we build a crypto chat that you can send and receive cryptos, even you can send and receive NFTs, and even you can, of course, interact with Krypton and all the community in RSK. So, for example, if a person wants to, send to the mother or to even the daughter, it's equal that use WhatsApp. It's very easy. Everyone wants to use DeFi, but in a very familiar way, So you can send a message and you can send a crypto like the same. It's very easy, You don't must to learn nothing. So our focus is to make products that everyone can use it. So if you download right now, you can send money really fast with a crypto chat. So we have different use cases right now, different clients from all the world, in Europe, in the United States, that right now they are using this product to send and receive in different contents. For example, we have a client that is focusing on sports teams, pro sport teams, so all the players can send and receive money to their family. Or even we are working very hard in El Salvador with ASCAP, that is a cooperative, that they are giving micro loans with the chat, very easy. They ask for it, a regular person can ask a micro loans with the chat, and just, like a message, they ask who are them, and they send a loan, very easy. So we are focused all the time in the user experience to make more easy to the regular people to use DeFi. So that's all.
Well, so a bit about Defiant. Well, as many of you may know, Defiant it's one of the, I'd say, one of the most used wallets in the RSK ecosystem. Actually, we were born like really close to RSK in our beginnings, and we were one of the first in integrating Money on Chain's platform, with whom we still have like plenty of our users still use Money on Chain, and many of the RSK platforms and dApps. Also, we've got a crypto market for sure integrated for cash in and cash out. Of course, nowadays we're we support not only RSK but also Ethereum, Bitcoin, and more than 10 other blockchains. Now we integrated a Lightning Network service that's really, really new from yesterday, and we've also integrated staking solutions in order to offer the users a passive yield on their crypto, and I think that Toby should try that out, because I think that he'll be glad with the UX that we've achieved there. And well, many more features like connecting to any dApp via Wallet Connect, and many things that are still to come.
Okay, I am Juan. I'm one of the owners and founders of Crypto Market. We start with the mission of make everyone get to know that you don't need to invest to get into crypto. Our philosophy, or the reason why we are, is because we believe that every people should know that the switch between fiat and crypto is basically on the other side. You don't need safety in account, you don't need money to save, you only need to open a new source how you value your effort. So, as I said in the beginning, we create the metaverse but without software. All of them know that we are not the software guys. So, but we saw that every person should interact in a crypto way, bringing what they have. At the beginning, we saw the goal, like trying to take the same stores that Amazon and Mercado Libre were having, but we see it very difficult, because even that they are going to have the need of move from Mercado Libre or Amazon to a crypto-friendly retail software. nowadays it will be extra time to charge the products in our marketplace, and the demand is not that much, so we saw it like there was not a business for them. The need, it was for us to get customers. So we thought that if we cannot get to the stores, we should get to the customers. So we start to develop certain kind of things that we call it crypto services. Crypto service allow everyone who got, cryptos to get back to the old world. I don't know, how many of you have someday have to move from these countries to your countries to another one? If you move for example, from Argentina to Sherman for a better shop, you are going to get a better salary. I did. But then I want to eat a barbecue and there is no one who sell it to me. The thing that is happening with the crypto guys is the same. Okay, you move to another financial system where everything is more solid. Your privacy, the value and everything. But when you want to get involved with the day-by-day thing, you don't get anything. So what is crypto market? We become a bridge. And how we did it? By invest in the main trouble that humanity is asking. What we do with human beings. How we give utility to these humans who nowadays are losing their job because a machine can handle what they are doing. So we thought that if we take the more, knowledge people of crypto, that they were like evangelists for free, and we give them an institution, a company, where they can get a salary, we will start to create an industry. And we wasn't wrong, because when our Kryptonians, that is the agent that exist, start to work, we realized that we were not only growing itself, because the Kryptonians were in the street, then many people download the Defiant wallet. And that's why he called us and contact to do the same. Then, Tropicus say, hey, we would like to have your base of data of stores so we can offer the saving account. So basically what crypto market does is bring the new world to the normal people. We don't care about business. We don't need to become, like FTX, who is handling the money of the people, or any kind of exchange. You can call it Buenbit, FTX, whatever. What we care, is to make the change of paradigm, that the people get into the end of the road. That is where everybody has his own money in his own wallet. And that's why part of the business was showing them, so a wallet like, for example, LatamXO or Defiant can give the chance to a person to buy and sell, ramp in and off, but in a non-custodial way, in a very DeFi way. So basically, crypto market take care that this happen in Rootstock or any blockchain.
Thank you so much. That was very thorough, by the way. We I have a long list of questions, but I'm going to just scratch most of them. And it's very interesting to look at each of your projects, right? You're tackling the same audience and the same type of retail emerging markets users, but from a very different angles. So starting with Mauricio, I wanted to just maybe you can tell us a little bit about some of your observations, takeaways from working with LATAM-based lender and borrowers, right? Like, how has that been going for you? Do you see any challenges? Where do you see fractions? Maybe key learnings from?
Yeah, first I want to say that for me it's not a coincidence that there are 4 founders, Latin Americans founders here building on RSK, because I think that in this ecosystem we feel this kind of pain. The founders of RSK are Argentinians. And we found the best ecosystem to build together, as you mentioned, to try to tackle the same problems with different technology. So I think that is one of the most exciting things that I found in the ecosystem. Talking with people have very basic needs. They want to, in Latin America, it's very different from developed countries that they want to yield, they want to leverage, they want to increase their wealth. In Latin America, we want to protect our wealth, not necessarily to increase, and to do it very easily. And Argentina is a very good example of that, but we have other examples like Venezuela, that it's bigger the problem, unfortunately. But
give us time, we will get there.
Yeah, I hope not. But we're facing the same problems in Brazil, Colombia, and other places. Also, we have to pay for cross-border payments like 5.5% on average. That it's insane. I don't understand that because it's digital money. You know, it's like digital pictures or something like that. But you're lucky if you're lucky and you can access to the financial system. It's legal here in Argentina to charge more than 100% for a loan per year. In Colombia, it's legal to charge for a microloan more than 60%. So that is a problem for the people because it's like being in a cycle of debt. It's impossible to pay those kind of debts. And also, of course, the inflation that we are facing, it's amazing. The devaluation of the money. Colombia is losing the purchase value of the money in 20% in the last 2 months. But that is a joke if you compare it with Argentina. And I heard last week in Venezuela some stories about that in the hyperinflation part of the problem. They ask for a beer, they drink the beer, they pay for them. They ask for another round, and they have to pay more because of the inflation. So those are the problems that we are facing in Latin America.
And I wonder, this question is for Bruno, right? As a wallet platform, it's such a flexible product, and when you design and evolve the Defiant product, what comes to top of your mind? What are some aspects that you think about the most as, company based in Latin America with the specific pain points you just mentioned? Also, you've been, reaching out, trying to expand on like Lightning and other protocols, so you can introduce new features and use cases, right? Maybe tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, I really liked and I agree with everything that Toby just said. I think that the biggest pain point at this point for the users is, well, exactly, it's all about user experience. So we've been trying mainly for the last couple of months now, the last whole year, I'd say, we've been trying to polish our user experience. To give users the best way of really interacting with DeFi in an everyday fashion. So yeah, it comes to everyday DeFi. In the end, we hadn't put it in those exact words. And so yeah, it's all about giving them useful tools and in the cleanest, the leanest possible way. So that's our top priority for sure. Always we like that internally that we could address by creating almost from scratch a whole new product team that is in charge of that. And it's right now all about user experience.
I do like the approach of like focusing on the experience, right? The user experience, listen to the users, just as we wanted to listen to our partners of your needs and your aspiration. What would it take you to the next level through partnering with us and all of that? I feel like at Latam XO, you guys think about use cases very differently, and you're approaching it in a very noble way. So, like recently, you've launched. There was the locker token was launched on your platform. So yeah, do you share some of your thoughts?
Yes, because we designed a product that everyone used WhatsApp, no? So from that point, we made this crypto chat, and locker token is a use case very incredible, where pro teams of hockey are using right now, and in the next months, more than 500,000 young players is going to be in the platform, and in their app, uploading all the NFT. Right now we are in the World Cup, and everyone have the album, collecting the album. So we are doing the same thing, but in a digital way, of course, and with NFTs for these players. So 500,000 young pro sport are going to start to mint their own characteristics to everyone. So from that point, it's going to start,
I love it. I love the sports. It's just so fitting in Latin America, right, where everybody loves sports.
It's because
it is everyday
the content,
subject.
Even the content, the sport content, it's a global thing, and DeFi is global thing. So it's very right to fit that,
I feel like we're up at time, but there's one question just stuck in my throat. I have to ask it. You know, what happened to FTX, fiasco, you know, it impacts everybody, right? Like whether you're building a product, you're consuming a product, you're an investor. Maybe, you know, with Juan, we can start. Just share like briefly what your thoughts on this incident. Where do you see, you know, your team will navigate the macro and the changes?
Well, I think, are we talking about the difference between the companies holding the money or that if it's a DeFi? Is it the question?
Just the ripple effect, right? What happens after the bank run?
Well, this is very simple. There is two ways to learn. If you learn right, you think it's longer, but it's going to be short. If you are rushed, you will go for this wrong way, and you will have to do it again. So basically, what is happening is that people is getting into crypto, but with the habits of the old school. I mean, exchange is nothing else more than a bank. So this thing is happening in the name of crypto, but in an old-fashioned system. When the person are ready to understand the technology and decide to get into this kind of wallets by using our products, this is not going to happen. So how is the road? In the beginning, this old-fashioned product just covered with the DeFi or with the Bitcoin stuff will bring new people, but when something crashes, that people will be afraid, and some one of them will go away, and some others are going to move to our product. So, unfortunately, for the customers and for us, it's a line of time that is going to be necessary to pass. So we can meet each other. Between a person getting to real DeFi, is gonna swim in this world of almost DeFi, almost crypto things that FTX are, or Luna, or whatever of these things.
Yeah, that definitely stirs a lot of like a wave of fear and confusion. You know, the retail, you know, investors might just, you know, leave for the time being, but they'll come back.
This also happened because it's a lot of people trying to get into something that don't really understand. So, because if they will get involved into crypto because the real matter of crypto, they will not have the money on that places. Yeah. So nothing will happen to them.
Great. Bruno?
Yeah, sure. Just approaching it from a different angle than Juan. Well, I think that we should expect more regulation, and that what's been happening for the last couple of days, yeah, it's going to be like bad for the market in the like short term regarding prices and volumes and activity in general. But maybe it'll be good in the long term, because it's like Juan said, like the bad actors will be thrown away from the ecosystem. Let's hope.
True.
Yes, I agree with both of them.
You got
it's like that. It's like it's a movement, you know, and we must start to learn every day. But the main thing is that you don't must expect that that person is going to learn something. You must use what is using right now. You must approach them. So that's our focus. I am an industrial designer, so my main focus is to, you know, it's a regular use, to use WhatsApp or regular whatever, you know, Tinder, Uber. You touch one button and you go. So from that point, it's like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, a different angle also, but I agree, is that in bull markets, everything works. You know, everything is perfect, and I say to the people, it's like, okay, no, we have problems to solve. Not all that is happening in the ecosystem is working very well. We have to talk about the problems. No, we don't have to talk about the problems because we're growing and people is excited and things like that. In bear markets, it's the opposite. It's like everything is bad. Nobody works. You know, it's like the sentiment is so bad, and we have to talk about, no, the fundamentals of the technology are stronger than 1 year ago in the all-time high. Bitcoin is stronger, Ethereum is stronger, RSK is stronger. So that FTX did this doesn't mean that all the centralized services are bad. There are very good people in the ecosystem trying to solve the problems, trying with a mission, trying to help and adding value. There are some bad actors, but that doesn't mean that all of the centralized services, we are DeFi, but that doesn't mean that all the centralized services are bad. So we have to to balance that. I know that those are difficult days these days, but yeah, we have to balance that and to see better what is happening in the ecosystem, in the technology, and not only with the bad sensations of these bad people in the ecosystem.
A lot of takeaways and learnings from this kind of instance, for sure. Thank you so much again.
Thank you for inviting us.
We're officially up with the time.
Thank
so
you, guys.
Thank you.
¿Todo bien? Un gusto. Muy bien.
One, two. Okay, hi everybody. Next we have a very exciting panel of experts talking about stable coins in the unstable world. Okay, so we have Nuri from Transfero, we have Santos from Let's Bit, and we have Max from Money on Chain. So just to kick off, guys, could you just briefly tell us, introduce yourself and tell us how you're using stablecoins right now, please. Max, do you want to start off?
Well, I am Max Carjusa. I am co-founder of Money on Chain. How am I using stablecoins? Well, basically, I am using stablecoin to save.
Santos.
All right. Well, today is a very funny day to talk about stablecoins, I guess. I'm Santos. I'm the founder of Lastbit. Lastbit is a neobank that's live in Argentina, Peru, and Colombia. We, instead of using a sponsor bank like most fintechs do, we use crypto on behind to offer better saving, payments, and credit services to your users. Basically, to be brief, as Max, we use stablecoins to offer our users a very easy way to go from fiat, especially Argentine pesos, Colombian pesos, currencies that have huge inflations, to use dollars to save and keep value for the savings.
Hello, I am Nuriel from Transfero. I'm head trader of Transfero in Argentina, head of treasury. And we offer a B2B solution for outside exchanges or companies to make on and off ramp here in Latam. And we have in our main country, which is Brazil, a stablecoin, which is called BRC. And we give that solution also there.
Okay, great. So let's kick off with the first question. Given current market conditions, how do you see stablecoins prevailing in those conditions? And then looking forwards into the future, when perhaps dollars is not the global reserve currency, where do you see stablecoins in the future? Nuri, do you want to start?
Okay. I believe that this is a huge opportunity for stablecoins because of the things that's going on today in our space. I believe that in the future, we really need to integrate the whole world to transact in stablecoins, because imagine starting, I don't know, in a US dollar, go to a Peruvian peso, and then go to a, Australian dollar with almost zero cost, no regulations, and you can integrate the whole world with that. I believe that that is the future. We need to build a lot from here. There are bad news these days all about this, but we need to build and start over.
All right. Well, I think that's probably going to separate the answer in like two parts. One, if what's going to happen with the current stablecoins like USDC, USDT, and all the others, and there is like the future of stablecoins in general. Following Nuri here, I really think that stablecoins right now are basically a synonym for US dollars, like US dollar stablecoins. But really, that's just the first use case, you know, to get some hard currency to save your money. But actually, stablecoins, what they do is to enable everyone to transact and make basically everything that you can do in finance, to make payments, to get credit, to do like daily transactions with the currency that you want. So stablecoins have a lot more use cases than just saving. So you can get, for example, Argentinian peso stablecoins, Brazilian real stablecoins, Colombian peso stablecoins. I really think that we're going to see in the next few years a stablecoin for every single national currency that is going to allow people to get interest rates that are probably higher and freer than the ones that they see on banks, that allows people to make like global FX markets, and probably it's going to allow people to get credit in a way that's a lot easier than the national banks. So I probably see that stablecoins like a layer 2 of the financial system in a way. And then to go to the other question, I probably think that with the current or the last thing that happened, probably the unregulated stablecoins, centralized stablecoins such as USDT and others are going to lose a lot of their market share, and probably USDC is going to be one of the kings for the next few years. Then on the other side, we're going to see the decentralized collateral stablecoins such as Dollar on Chain or DAI that we need to see how they're going to play the market, but they're probably going to get bigger also.
I think this is a very interesting question. You asked me how do I use stablecoins, and I said I use stablecoins to save. But in a context of inflation in the US dollar, maybe it's not a very good idea to save in stablecoins pegged to the US dollar. But I think that the dollar is not going away in the near term, not for the next 10 or 20 years. Eventually, Bitcoin will become the reserve asset of the humanity. But we are going to still transact probably using US dollars. So we are going to switch from saving with stable coins to transacting in stable coins. And of course, if the US dollar is replaced for, I don't know, for another currency, we are going to start using stable coins pegged to this another currency. And maybe in the future we can have a stable coin pegged to the, I don't know, IPC, for example, just to save.
Nice. And yeah, we were talking in the garden just now, and dollars, you think of dollars as the global reserve currency, but it hasn't been the global reserve currency for that long. If you think, I think in the 1940s that came about, so it hasn't really been that long if you zoom out. Also, Circle and USDC was mentioned there. Santos, you mentioned that. My next question on my crib sheet is, what do you, I mean, we like Circle, we like USDC, but is Circle likely to take over the entire space with USDC? And just think about the amount of fiat they have backing their positions and the amount of interest they're accruing daily. I mean, does this give them too much power? Santos.
Well, that's an interesting question, and it's pretty hard to answer, actually. I think that USDC right now is going to have a battle, not just with the stablecoins, but actually with commercial banks, because their model is basically doing the same thing that most banks do in terms of custody of assets and in terms of the revenue that they generate from that money, but with a fraction of cost and a fraction of the regulation. So probably we're going to see attempts from commercial banks to try to imitate the USDC model or try to regulate it away to don't lose share to USDC. So that's a battle that I really don't know how it's going to play in terms of Circle succeeding and actually taking over not just the stablecoin market, but also commercial banks, or commercial banks like JP Morgan and others actually taking them down. That's a very complicated thing to do, or to actually predict. On the other side, USDC right now, with all the crises that we see with USD from Terra, from USDT, which just depeg today and then repeg back, the whole confidence of the ecosystem is probably going to go towards USDC, at least for the short term. But really, it's very difficult to say a prediction if they are going to take a market or not. But definitely, they are taking a lot of power, and also the regulators are taking a lot of power over crypto, because USDC can blacklist anyone when they want. They can censor currencies, and that's something that sadly we can't escape by now. The only opportunity, I guess, is through DAI, through dollar on chain, and our collateralized stablecoins.
I believe that USDC is not going to be have the monopoly of the stablecoin market, because when there is a monopoly, there is always a second one that wants to flow out from there. So I believe that always competition, healthy competition is good. It makes the ecosystem grow all the time. And I believe that fiat-backed stablecoins are like the first approach for retail, just to trust about that. But I don't believe that that's the solution. As Santos said, there is a huge puzzle to solve, to how to convert that to a more friendly, like collateralized stablecoin, which is not resolved yet. But I believe that they can be like a mix, because USDC is also have the risk of the U.S. Treasury behind, and in a crazy world that we are living today, we don't know what happened there too. So that's my view.
I think that USDC will continue to grow, but eventually that growth will stop. Bitcoin became big, became useful and famous because it's censorship resistance. In order to be censorship resistant, it has to be decentralized. So there is this problem with USDC, that is the centralization. Any government can block USDC transaction. Even Circle themselves can block any type of USDC transaction. So when the ecosystems mature, people will switch from centralized stablecoin like USDC and USDT to decentralized stablecoins.
Nice. And just following on from Circle, obviously Binance have positioned themselves quite nicely with the FTX situation over the last couple of days. But what do we think, what does the panel think of the recent features that Binance added? So for those that don't know, Binance recently added an auto conversion for all incoming USDC, USDP, which is Paxos, and True USD, to convert that to Binance USD. So similar question, is Binance trying to take some of Circle's market share? What do you make of that auto convert move from Binance, Max?
Well, it was a very aggressive move, of course. And of course, they are trying to capture the market. I personally don't use Binance at all.
Well, actually, it was a very smart play. You can definitely say that. I mean, FTX did something similar some time back, basically trying to convert everything to USDC or like USD stablecoin. But Binance definitely just want to capture the market here. For them, it's a big play because stablecoins are very profitable for the issuers on the centralized model, because they basically make 4% on all the circulating amount of money. Right now, Binance USD is like 15% of the market, so that's a ton of money they're printing every single day on US treasuries. So it makes a lot of sense to actually take advantage of being the #1 centralized exchange to get more adoption for the stablecoin. The only thing that I really don't know here is that their stablecoin is not issued actually by Binance, but by Paxos themselves. So I really don't know if Paxos is getting more power or Binance here. But yeah.
I believe that BUSD is wanted to take some flows from US Tether or USDC. However, if you look the reserve for USD, you know that the composition of the reserves is in USDT and USDC. So it's just the same. It's the same type of assets with the difference that it is from Binance and no Tether or Circle. So I believe that it is one stablecoin more in the ecosystem and just want a little bit of share of the other two CeFi stablecoins.
Yeah, and just on that, some stats. So thanks for mentioning Tether. So Tether's share of the stablecoin market since 2020 has actually dropped from 88% to 48%. USDC has tripled from 10% to 32%. And Binance, BUSD, has gone from under 1% to almost 16%. So that's very, very interesting in terms of what your answers were. Let's move on. Let's go to different types of stablecoin. So please could the panel explain or touch on some different types? I normally think of types of stablecoin as fiat collateralized, crypto collateralized, or other algo flavors. How do you think about the different types of stablecoin, Max?
Well, I think that different kinds of stablecoins have different kind of risks. So basically, when you are using fiat collateralized stablecoins, the main risk is a counterparty risk. You have to trust the company issuing the stablecoin. You have to trust the banks where the money is deposited, and you have to trust the governments that can block that stablecoin. When you have stablecoins backed by crypto, basically you have to trust the model behind that smart contract handling the cryptocurrency, the stablecoin, and you have to trust the collateral. You have to think a stablecoin like a bag of collateral. So at the end, if everything goes wrong, you are going to end up holding the collateral. So if you don't trust the collateral that is collateralized in your stablecoin, that is not a very good idea. And at the end, there is this algo stablecoin like Terra Luna. I think that cannot work. That is impossible. That is a complete scam. I said this live like 3 years ago, and I repeat that. I strongly believe that any algorithmic stablecoin that creates a token to use that token as collateral is a complete scam. The only way that you can get adoption from that kind of stablecoin is forcing people to adopting or scamming people to adopting, giving a high yield.
Well, really, the answer from Max was very complete. So there's not lots to actually add there. Just on the algo stablecoins, I mean, one of the main issues is that they can print money out of nothing, like governments, because they really can't force people to accept it for taxes or anything. So it's very complicated that algorithmic stablecoin would actually work on the future and be adopted. Right now, the question is, are centralized stablecoins, where basically commercial banks 2.0 going to win, or collateralized stablecoins can win the battle? I really don't have the answer there, but the explanation from Max was very complete.
As Santos and Max really said about it, I believe that today the ecosystem is not prepared to use algorithmic stablecoin, and I want to mark that we need to make an effort to educate and also to help others know the tokenomics behind all these things, because I bet that 70% of the people that use Luna UST didn't know how it works, and they use it because it was popular, and there was a lot of losses there in money. So I call to build the community, to build together and to say how it works, the things behind, so as these things don't happen again.
What is unbelievable is that today there is a clone of Terra Luna running on top of Tron.
Yeah, and actually lost the peg today and then repeg back. It's pretty unbelievable. It released actually while US Terra was collapsing on the same day.
So let's think about, it's not all about dollars. I just want to go back to Nuri, if that's okay. So tell us about other fiat pegs. What role can non-dollar stablecoins play in this space?
No dollars, stablecoins.
Brazilian real.
Okay, we in our group we have a Brazilian real token which is pegged to BRL. Today is more fiat backed than collateralized. We are going to go for a mix for that because we don't think that it has to be 100% fiat backed. Today we have more or less $500 million of volume daily in which in reals is $2.5 million reals, and we are listed in some dexes like Uniswap. We are in RSK. We are in Ethereum, in Binance Smart Chain, and we also are in some exchanges. There is coming in a few weeks a listing there in Binance, but not yet. So I believe that besides that, Latin America has a lot of things to do in terms of stablecoin. It is very small the space here today, and there is a huge things to do. Just, I don't know, inflation in US and 90%. Just think about selling $1, bring it here to Brazil. They pay a 30% in BRL. You can cover with a future and make a carry trade. And there is a lot of things to explore. There are a lot of things to do. And I believe that that's where the world is going, right?
Yeah, and one of the things that you have to keep in mind is that US dollars are cool. They are one of the most stable national currencies in the world, but they are not that useful on a national economy. On the day-to-day life, you really don't transact in USDT or USDC or anyone else. You transact in Argentinian pesos, in Colombian pesos, or the whatever currency that you have in your country. So you really need the national currency for your daily life. So you start having this problem when you actually have a very dollarized economy with, for example, USDC, which is you really don't have liquidity for your daily life. You just have your savings. So national stablecoins like Argentinian peso stablecoins, for example, can unlock that liquidity for people to live their whole life in crypto. So, for example, you could have USDC on your wallet and you can get a loan in Argentinian peso stablecoin to actually pay for your rent or pay on supermarket or pay whatever. And on that way, you can also, for example, short like the Argentinian peso FX rate. So if the dollar goes up, you make money. So those kinds of things are very useful for national currencies, and one of the main reasons because I think that Argentinian peso stablecoins and Colombian peso stablecoins are going really to grow a lot on the next few years.
We are working in a decentralized protocol to create local fiat currencies. For example, a token that represents the peso argentino, a token that represents the Brazilian real. That is not a complete solution, but that is a building block that will allow the fintechs to create products for the final customer. For example, one of the use cases that I like more is imagine that there is a company in Argentina called La Serenísima. They have to spend like 6% of the not revenue, the gross sales, to handle the cash. Because after the truck finish delivering the milk, they have to return to the plant to return the money. And then there is another company that comes to collect the money. This company has to hold the money for 3 days, count the money, then they have to deposit in the bank. The bank charge you because you are depositing money. So this representation of the Argentinian pesos could bring a lot of efficiencies to the payment industry.
Thank you. So just to recap, we've heard some excellent examples there about different types of stablecoin, the importance of decentralization, and how the growing support for not just dollar-based stables, but other currencies can help the entire ecosystem. I'd like to thank the panel, Nuri, Santos, and Max. Thank you very much. One. Okay, next up we have a panel on self-sovereign identity, chaired by Pablo from Extremian. Please welcome the panel.
Thank you. I want to introduce. Yeah, please go ahead. Come in, guys. I'm here with. Hello, everyone. I'm here with Guillermo Villanueva, CEO of Extremian, Diego Fernandez, Secretary of Innovation of the City of Buenos Aires, and Dieguito, who you already seen it many times today. For this panel, what we are going to discuss a bit is about self-sovereign identity, which is a different use case of crypto, not related particularly to finance, and that's one of the interesting things we want to discuss a bit. And it's a type of implementation that the City of Buenos Aires is running in an innovation piece. So to get the conversation started, Diego, I would like to ask you how self-sovereign identity works as a piece of public infrastructure and technology, and how it connects to the blockchain networks.
Well, thank you very much, Paulo. When we started with this idea of implementing a self-sovereign identity model, we were convinced and we had the vision that in society, of course, we have financial transactions, but we have every transaction that we make on a social level. Each time that we go and we get a certificate from something, we get a credential that testifies that I am, for example, able of driving. Each time that we need to, for example, open a bank account or open an account in whichever financial provider, all of those processes involve a lot of friction. We need to carry either digital or physical papers or documentation from one place to another, and we're always thinking about what's missing, and eventually when we go and try to do something, we need to go and pick up another documentation for another organization. And what's the reason that this is happening? Because we work in digital silos. Each organization has their documentation digitalized, but we cannot communicate with one another. And that involves a lot of energy that society is sort of misspending in those type of interactions. And what we wanted to achieve was first to sort of streamline those transactions to give society the ability of owning their own documentation, of owning their own attestations that at the end of the day conform their identity. And we wanted to open the gates to two things that I think are pretty important. The first thing is financial inclusion. Today, almost 60% of the world doesn't have the ability of holding three things together. There's a bank account, a credit card, and a credit. Just a question. Which one of you has those three things combined? Credits, or has been the title of the entitled of a credit card, and a bank account? Okay, we are privileged. 60% of the world doesn't have that opportunity. And in the city of Buenos Aires, we have almost 10% of our populations living in slums. Although of that population, nearly 75% don't have access to bank accounts, or they have bank accounts, but they don't know they have it. They just have a sort of a plastic card where they take money out, but they don't use it as a bank. And we think that self-sovereign identity is definitely a point in which that door may be unlocked. And last but not least, blockchain networks. The idea of Quark ID is anchored in several blockchains, and now we will do a double click on top of that. Today, Quark ID, which is the self-sovereign identity protocol that we developed with the collaboration of IO Labs and Extreme and several other partners in our ecosystem, is anchored to several different blockchains. It's Ethereum Layer 1, Bitcoin Layer 1, Polygon, Starknet, and RSK.
So today is the day where basically we announced that Rootstock will be one of the networks on the identity project of the city of Buenos Aires. So,
to be honest, that was going to be my second interaction, but you blew me off. But the Quark ID protocol is anchored in all of these blockchains, and we, as one of the users of Quark ID, have to decide in which blockchains will we be anchoring our digital identity solution. And we decided to go with two blockchains because we think we need redundancy. We cannot sort of sustain the possibility that one of the blockchains suffers a halt or whatever in a certain moment. And we decided to use two blockchains, as I mentioned. One of them being Starknet, which is a zero-knowledge proof blockchain that works as a layer 2 in Ethereum, and the other network, I'm really proud to say that, is RSK.
Thank you.
Excellent,
Thank you.
excellent, great news. Guillermo, and this type of implementations, how do you think it helps making the whole crypto and DeFi ecosystem and the digital space more secure?
I believe that we have to consider two different dimensions in terms of security. One is trust, and the other one is about cybersecurity. In terms of trust, think that the most fundamental piece of every interaction, social, commercial, or any other, is knowing the identity of our counterparty. And if we have lower levels of certainty about the counterparty that we have, probably we are less willing to do an interaction. This is the first aspect that we need to consider. No? It's, having a more trusted environment expand our ability to do business, to do anything, any type of interactions. On the other hand, from the cybersecurity point of view, given the decentralized nature of the self-sovereign identity protocols, we have, by design, a protection about typical attacks like ransomware or even phishing. In ransomware, if we have a decentralized information and processing, it's almost impossible to do a ransomware attack, or at least is by far more costly. On the other hand, this kind of protocols enables that all the interaction, no matter what channel we are using, can be totally authenticated. This is going to lower significantly the ability to attackers to conduct attacks like phishing, no? Because it's not just to have a web page that looks exactly of the legit website, but we need to also go through an authentication process in every interaction. So the attacks like that we had, for example, in Costa Rica in March, the entire health system was attacked with a ransomware attack, and they have serious troubles dealing with that. If they were implemented this kind of technology, the attacks is not possible.
Okay, so we're talking about a system of identity that it's open, that's permissionless, that creates an identity in space that's multi-blockchain. It anchors an identity on different type of blockchains. And by scattering the information and decentralizing it, prevents different types of attacks. Dieguito, how this can help adoption, massive adoption of DeFi?
Yeah, I think the things that Diego was saying is, on one side is breaking up silos, silos of information. I think that's a very important thing, because today, for example, every crypto wallet or exchange is doing KYC, from scratch. So that's such a waste of energy, for society. And actually, that waste of resources is paid by the user. It's paid by all of us. It's not that this idea that the exchange is paying for it. Of course, it's paying for it, but then it's transferring that cost into us as users. So that's one thing. It's like it can streamline the process. The other thing, as Guille said, security. It's like I think in the future, having self-sovereign identity to access sites, to access to the different systems we interact with, will be a must. We'll no longer, centralized identification systems are a thing of the past because of what Guille was saying. It will be hacked very easily. But what I think is even more powerful of this, because that's sorting out the problems we have today, no? But I think these systems open new opportunities, because I think what the government does is so important, because they are building the initial trust in that system, in that credential. And I think we always say, blockchain is a trust machine. It's like, and in a way, what the government is doing is like transferring the trust between the government and the individual to attestate that a person is who they say they are. But after that, anybody can use that credential to create credentials around that identity. And that's very powerful, because then the private sector can use that system to issue the credentials they are issuing today. If you are a member of a football club, the membership will be a credential in the Quark ID standard. If you are going to the gym, as long as you pay your monthly fees, will issue a credential which you can use to access the system. No? And that is the beauty of it. It's like, and I think Buenos Aires and Gibraltar, that they are the first ones to adopt this, are taking, but in Buenos Aires it's a bigger leap of faith because it's such a big city. It's like they are, making a leap of faith on making a truly sovereign system. That's very important. It's like a standard-based, open source, where many wallets, there will be an ecosystem of wallets that will support the standard. The user will choose where to store the credentials. And that's truly revolutionary. I think, Buenos Aires with this will be is leading already a new way of interacting with the citizens and creating an environment where the private and public sector can collaborate and work.
Let me add on top of what Diego just said, which I completely agree, that we need you. I mean, the idea of using an open, permissionless network is creating an ecosystem of value. And that's where this community, the Rootstock community, comes into place, because you will be able of building solutions that use this digital identity, this self-sovereign ID protocol, in order to create applications, to create solutions that leverage that self-sovereign identity and use that self-sovereign identity within the ideas and the applications that you may come up with.
And talking about that and talking about reusable KYCs, what challenges do you see, Diego, about that the public administration has to face to accommodate to the adoption of Quark ID? And do you see them in any way similar to the challenges that is related to the DeFi adoption?
Well, I think that in the KYC issue, at least in Argentina, we have sort of a double approach, which is today using sort of standard technologies and maybe centralized databases. What we need to do is we need to change. I mean, that's not within the Buenos Aires city realm. It's a central bank responsibility. But today, with the standard technology that we use, we should be able of allowing a customer of any given bank or financial institution which has gone through the KYC process to sort of demonstrate that KYC process as they do, for example, in Brazil, in any other financial institution. Today we have a regulation that enforces every financial institution to start the KYC process from scratch. That introduces friction, that sort of drops out users, that makes no sense whatsoever. Of course, the self-sovereign ID protocol makes that interaction much more easier and gets rid of the centralized databases. So we need a change in regulation, that's for sure, and self-sovereign identity will make the process much more easier and straightforward using the self-sovereign identity protocol.
And Guille, once that starts to happen and private sector starts to join, what the benefits you see for the private sector?
Well, we were talking about the benefits of lower risk is one of them, lower cost is also other the benefit, better user experience because you don't have to go through the same process many times. And finally, one that Diego mentioned, we are enabling new business models. In the Web 2, one of the biggest problems for any startup is to create critical mass. We are breaking that paradigm because the critical mass will be there. So the startups, the only that has to willing to is to create value-add services to that critical mass, which is a totally different paradigm. We are not creating business on top of using the information of the people, but creating value-added service to the people.
What's the government role here? Because, of course, if I was the CEO of a CFI exchange and I should enforce my customers with KYC, each time that I see that customers go through the process and just drop off because of the cost of the process, of the personal cost of the process, I would be sort of, my incentive would be not to do it, because that would basically reduce my use base. The government, and I'm convinced of that, may take that cost. Why? Because usually people, and you of course know this, when people need something from the government, there's not a way of saying no. I mean, if I need my driver's license, I need to go through that process, whichever that process is. So we can, as a government, sort of pay the costs of that friction. And by we paying the cost of that friction, you as a private sector are sort of not forced to pay for that cost. Why? Because we will be onboarding the users, and we wouldn't be transferring that cost and that friction to you guys from the private sector.
That's actually great. And connecting in that, sometimes, Dieguito, we've discussed that self-sovereign identity is like the missing piece of the crypto image, right? You have the finance image, you have the identity that completes the whole thing. Connecting this, how do you think it will help to the mission of inclusion and social inclusion to reach the unbanked?
Well, I think Diego left, like, he gave the facts. No, it's like we have 60% of the population excluded in Latin America. I think half of the world is excluded from the traditional financial system. And I think it's not because the traditional financial system is mean. It's just that we don't have an efficient way to interact with that people. And I think in the thesis of IOB Labs, basically, reputation-based identities is the key to enable access to financial services for anybody, regardless if they were born poor, rich, middle class. Because any human being through life can create a reputation if they keep certain behavior. What we are enabling with this self-sovereign identity is a reliable way of building that reputation in a digital form. So when you present all your financial and social interactions, I know they are true because they are cryptographically signed, attached to your self-sovereign identity. So self-sovereign identity is the cornerstone for reputational identity, and reputational identity is the cornerstone for inclusion. Is what will enable any human being to be able to access to financial services, to be able to interact and trade with others that don't know this person, because trust will be built around this reputation. So I think it's so powerful. It happens, we have been discussing this a lot. More and more we realize how powerful this concept of self-sovereign identity can be for society. But yeah, we are in the first steps, early steps of this.
Very, very early. So to close, I have one last question to all, is how envision society operating with this model within the next couple of years? Guille?
Okay. I think we are in the right moment, and decentralized identity or self-sovereign identity are going to explode in the next few months. I've been working on identity for the last 10 years at least, but right now I am starting to see, for example, Vitalik Buterin with their Solvang tokens. In the other hand, you had Jack Dorsey with TBD and the Web5. All of those are identity-related projects. We have governments that are starting to implement this, and we have also big technologies like Microsoft, big technology companies like Microsoft that yesterday launched their initiative. So it's happening right now. And we need to work very hard in order to prevent that we do in the right way.
Well, I will make you a recommendation. If you have any doubts regarding digital identity, this is the guy to look for. He knows his stuff. Huh? He really knows his stuff. But I'm going to share two visions, one in the very short term, the next, I don't know, maybe 24 months, and one in the next, I don't know, let's say 120 months. In the next 24 months, just a small example of a use case is when a cop stops you driving your car and says, hey, driver license and registration. Today you start to search for pieces of plastic in your car, in your wallet, whatever, and you start showing every piece of information, every claim in that credential to the policeman. In the future, with self-sovereign identity, the policeman will present you a question, but instead of speaking driver license and registration, he will show you a QR code. And that QR code will be a question to your digital identity wallet, and you will send a proof of that information without sending the information to the cop. And that will be a much more streamlined communication between the verifier and the holder. And in the next 120 months, in the next 10 years, I think that society will start to have a big change in the way we govern ourselves. Why? Because we will be able of voting, of expressing our opinions on a lot of issues that today are very costly. Today, if we need to ask society, hey, what do you think about doing this or that action within our community? We need to do an election and call people out and put, I don't know, voting machines everywhere. In this future world, in the next years, we will be able of asking that question and everybody will be able of answering in a completely secure way just using their phones. And that will be a game changer.
Absolutely. I think 2 years will be the beginning, but what we will have is the first experience. I downloaded the reference implementation Quark ID, and logging into a website, scanning a QR code was awesome. It's like, no more users and passwords. So imagine that you don't have to keep users and passwords anymore. You just have all the access in your phone under your control, scan a QR code, then something on the background does a handshake between the website and your phone, and that's it. You're in. So I imagine that we will have that first experiences of easy access to things, easy and secure access to things. No, because that's the thing. It's like this sovereignty. We don't know that, but we are centralizing so much of our access control in some corporations. It's like we are using the Google Authenticator system to access sites. We are using the Facebook Authenticator to access sites. The moment Facebook decides to shut us down, that's it. You are not really in control of your access systems. And with this, we are reclaiming sovereignty on that.
Excellent. Picking up on what you last said, look for us at Labinkov, look for the Web3 t-shirt or the Quark ID t-shirt, so experience the alpha version to do the demo and experience verified credentials by your own. Thank you, guys. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's start it. Wow, it's working now. Hello, hello.
All right, so today in this panel, we're going to be talking about free alpha. We're going to be talking about the next 5 100x coins. We're going to talk about how you can protect yourself from hacks, scams, and Sam Bankman-Fried. And
let's do an airdrop.
And we're going to talk about why Binance is going to crash in the same way that FTX did within the next 6 months.
Yes, now everyone's come back.
And we have more people coming. Come on,
we'll
join
give
us.
A few minutes.
Welcome
everyone,
to the panel. Grab a seat. going to be an airdrop for the ones in the front.
That's right, an airdrop. Plus, we're giving out 10,000 NFTs.
We're going to buy your NFTs if you want.
All right, let's get started. I think people will start rolling back into the room. So this is going to be an exciting panel. On the stage, we have 3 panelists. I'm going to go through them quickly. First, on my right-hand side, we have Idan Yago, sovereign contributor and the founder of Cement DAO. Idan is a neuroscientist and an entrepreneur who dropped everything 9 years ago to focus on Bitcoin. He's driven by the opportunity to create a new open economic system that empowers individuals globally. He has been pivotal in establishing the recently launched Sovereign Protocol, a decentralized Bitcoin trading and lending platform. And previously, Idan founded Cement DAO, which we'll be talking about as well. And also in the middle, we have Solange. Solange is a developer advocate at Chainlink Labs. She is a blockchain developer focused on Ethereum, smart contracts, and Bitcoin. Solange co-founded Ethereum Brazil and has been working in technology for over 20 years, a regular speaker in world conferences since 2018. Solange has also won awards at Ethereum hackathons, which is bravo, that's very impressive. And also lastly, we have Gabriel Kerman, Rootstock co-founder. Gabriel is a regular speaker at international blockchain conferences with more than 20 years of experience in corporate finance and private equity. He has been involved in the crypto space since 2013 when he co-founded multiple for-profit and not-for-profit blockchain projects. And in addition to RSK, Gabriel was also the co-founder and CEO of Coinbanks, a blockchain services firm for banks and governments. And he worked at Advent International and Monsanto. So welcome, guys, to the panel. So I'm going to skip all the opening statement because I think we're going to have a lot of great questions to debate. And first of all, what is DAO? In my view, DAO is this cool, decentralized, autonomous organization that is completely led by communities and driven by smart contracts. So essentially, it's owned by nobody, but by everybody. And the decision execution will be driven upon the completion of votings by the community. It's great for technical upgrades and creativity. And honestly, I think this is by far one of the most exciting use cases in the crypto space. So I wanted to go around, just maybe one of you guys can give us like some examples. What are some live DAOs? What's your favorite and why?
Well, we can talk about different kinds of DAOs. For example, protocol DAOs and maker DAO. I think it's so important on this, managing DAI, the stable coin, or social DAOs like the Bored Ape. We can also talk about different kind of DAOs related to social based, like Gitcoin. I think these are 3 different DAOs that it's important and I like it.
Awesome. So what is the point of DAO? I know it's a kind of odd question, but what is the point of it, right? At the end of the day, what draws you to it? The subject, why did you start experimenting with it, and what have you discovered?
So I would argue that the reason that, so first of all, DAO is a very ambiguous term. We still don't really understand what it means because we're about 10 years in, maybe 13 years into the age of DAOs. I think one thing we can agree on is it is a set of, it's a coordination mechanism or an institution which is coordinated by smart contracts or by, programmatic consensus as you described. Probably the best example of a DAO in terms of it's the most pure, the longest lived, the one with the most influence is Bitcoin. So what Bitcoin did is it demonstrated that we can take a significant institution, one of the most important social institutions, one which has frequently been a source of corruption, and create a neutral version of it which is run with rules but without rulers, and that is the institution of money. Now I think that if you expand upon that idea, what Satoshi Nakamoto showed us, what Nakamoto Consensus introduced to the world, is this idea that we can create institutions that will provide rules that will govern the interaction between people, that will create the core institutions of our society, but that don't have administrators. Every single system that we have developed at scale up until this point, from the pharaohs of Egypt to the people who own the servers at Facebook, right, to you logging into Reddit or your bank, all of these systems have been systems which have had simple users, super users, or moderators who have more power, and at the very top you have administrators who get to decide what the rules are, get to decide who participates. In other words, they're not permissionless, and they get to decide how those rules are going to be enforced. And I think the real difference, right, in one sentence between a DAO as an institution and any other centralized system that we have, is that a DAO is an institution for human coordination without an administrator. And that is a huge, massively liberating idea. One of the biggest ideas in history, I would suggest.
I 100% agree. And I think it's easier to understand DAOs if we think everything that is failing in our society right now. So Idan mentioned emperors in the past. We have failing democracies right now, while still being the best system that we had in the traditional system, but we see the failures of democracies around the world. And also we see the failure of corporations, where we have this fiduciary obligation of maximizing profits when we do not maximize profits on our daily lives. We want to live in a sustainable world, in peace, in harmony. And I think DAOs, in the more broad sense of the or meaning of the world, from organizing countries, global communities in the realms of the digital world, give me a lot of hope that maybe we can find a better way to coordinate ourselves with rules that are clear for everyone and apply from the wealthiest ones in the world to the plebs, all with the same rules, with no one being able to change the rules subjectively or unilaterally. So I have a lot of hope. I think we are in the early days, and I don't think current versions of DAOs are ideal, or there's a lot of improvements or innovations. Maybe a DAO for a government, for a nation, should work in a different way than in a DAO for an NGO or similar to a corporation. But I think the world is changing very fast, and the internet needs a new way to coordinate ourselves as humans, as users, and I have a lot of hope that DAOs can provide innovation, that level of innovation that is needed to coordinate ourselves.
Yeah, I think I'm equally hopeful, but it's been kind of a bumpy road, right? 2016, the DAO rolled out in April, got busted, and 2 months later, because vulnerabilities that exist in the smart contract itself. Nothing so fundamentally surprising, but at the same time, I feel like there are more failures than success stories, and not just from like a vulnerabilities perspective, but also from a participation in the true decentralized participation in a DAO, driving a very productive outcomes and the right decisions, right? Like, I feel like, why do you think that's happening? Is it just the human nature that you won't get it right in a complex initiative like this, or are there, more like a deeper technical challenges there?
I think it's a technical challenge, both in terms of computer engineering, but also social engineering. What we're trying to do is we're trying to reconstruct or rethink how human beings can interact in an age where geography doesn't matter, where we now have thinking machines that can work with us to coordinate human activity, where we understand game theory and can build incentive structures instead of hierarchy structures. This is a huge amount of innovation that is all coming together. It would be very surprising if we got it right the first time. The only person who gets things right the first time is Satoshi Nakamoto, right? And even he, despite the fact that he created this miracle system, which, just released and and has been operating ever since, introduced flaws into Bitcoin. So, for example, Bitcoin, its clock will reset in 100 years, right? We need to hard fork it at some point. So, money was a really good place for us to have the first DAO, because money has two important properties. First of all, it's a measuring stick, right? It's not supposed to do very much. It's supposed to be unchanging, as opposed to most other social institutions which need to be very dynamic and change their rules frequently. The second reason that money was a really good place to start is because it funds itself. And so what we're now trying to do, I think, is generalize upon the idea of Bitcoin and consensus for more ambiguous, more difficult, more complex, and more nuanced use cases, which is all of our lives. That is going to be a painful experience, because it's literally the process of invention, a process of trial and error.
One point, I think the autonomous part of the DAO, it's a bit tricky, because it's not so autonomous. Depends of humans, depends of us, and okay, we can define the rules, but we need to be over there to execute them. So this is so important.
I like having Bitcoin as the idea of the first and probably ideal DAO. Because when we talk about DAOs, we tend to think about the DeFi ecosystem or the DAO that failed in 2017. And actually what Bitcoin as a DAO did very well is these unique checks and balances, where holders of the token power is somehow divided versus the consensus provided by the miners, and then the governance decided by this crazy, impossible to coordinate governance of developers. What I'm a little bit concerned is that the DAOs that we see in DeFi sometimes might fall into this problem, where is the main criticism that we Bitcoiners have to proof of stake, that those who have the money make the rules. So I think a big interesting area for me to discuss and explore and see how we're going to find this ideal balance of checks and balances is how much power to give to the voting holders of the tokens, and where other decisions should be taken by other parties of the ecosystem.
And I think that leads to my next question is there's an interesting debate. And I think you're right, looking back, Bitcoin is really the first DAO, and it's awesome because it's ownerless. Nobody really knew who invented it, right? It's very much a public goods, and there's just something unique about it that is leads to converts into its strength. And currently, a lot of DAOs actually have known leaders, right? There's a leading group. There are a few people. The voting is kind of concentrated by certain exchanges, and so I guess my question to you guys is: do you think a DAO must have a leader, or is it better run anonymously?
And not only one leader, but it must have leaders. It depends. When we talk about Bitcoin, no. But when we talk about DAOs in the sense of smart contracts and based rules, yes, sometimes I saw DAOs that the people, it's like, okay, do you know you, and the people don't do things waiting the other person do something. So I think the concept of be a leader must exist even in a DAO.
There's no such thing as a human organization without leaders. We naturally have people who are more engaged, who are more charismatic, who are more inspiring, who are taller. And those people, who use social media better or have better ideas, people will tend to follow them. And that's a good thing, because we need to galvanize. I mean, there's a reason human instinct is to find leaders. We need to have the responsibility that comes with leadership. We need to have the inspiration that comes with leadership. And we need to have, most importantly, the Schelling point that comes with leadership, something for us to gather around directionally. Now, different types of DAOs need different types of leaderships and different levels of leadership. Bitcoin has a whole bunch of leaders. It's got influencers. It's got an inspirational founder. It's got every single block has a mining pool that becomes, or a miner who becomes the leader for that block. It's got leadership on different levels, and so figuring out what type of leadership is required for any given DAO is actually one of the big challenges. Do you need just a founder? Do you need a pope? Do you need a charismatic leader? Do you need someone pseudonymous, or do you need someone with a face? These are very, very circumstance dependent, just like any human organization is going to need to be a little bit different based on its objective.
What I would add is maybe there is a DAO life cycle. Maybe the kind of leadership or rules are not the same when a DAO or a project is being born, that 10 years later. Something I think that we learned from the traditional way of coordinating humans, many countries or republics started with a charismatic group of leaders. And it would have been impossible to gather everyone behind a certain goal without those leaders. But in the long term, I think the best democracies or coordinations that we've had in the history of humanity are those who at the end had strong institutions and rules and values that we gathered all together on a certain direction beyond the leaders.
I think that's a good point, and I'd draw a distinction between a leader and a manager or an admin, right? Leadership is the ability to persuade, right? It's voluntary. People opt into their leader, whereas a boss, an administrator, a dictator, a president, these are monopoly positions. They're positions where the institution provides the power to the individual rather than the individual getting the power through the force of their own persuasion.
And we can think about the leaders in DAOs, like the people who are creating the proposals, for example, who are putting the ideas on the table.
Yeah, that was really good points. Thank you, guys. But bringing us back to the earth a little bit, right? Like, what's on a day-to-day basis? How do you experiment it? Like, at Sovereign, at Cement DAO, or the decentralization initiatives that you guys are involved? What are some challenges and maybe learnings?
The biggest challenge is to know what the hell you're trying to do. What are your values? What are your objectives? On the basis of that, you're going to architect a set of incentives, right? And then those set of incentives need to be governed by a set of rules. So, for example, with Sovereign, we wanted to have a system where arbitrary decisions cannot be made by individuals. We wanted a system which has a long-term focus. We wanted a system that would be censorship resistant. We wanted a system that would be permissionless, and we wanted a system that would be able to adjust to changing circumstances, unlike Bitcoin, which we don't want it to adjust. And so we created Bitocracy. Bitocracy is designed in such a way that people have a vote, but the power of their vote increases on the basis of how long they stake for on a quadratic basis. This is incentivizing them to stake for a long period of time. That's incentivizing them to have a long-term approach. And they're incentivized because the system generates revenues, and the longer you're staking for, the more you're earning of these revenues. And also we made sure that while you were staking, there was no way for you to get a derivative of that stake and sell that stake or tokenize that stake, because that would mean that the long-term incentive could be just sold off, and we would lose the power of those incentives. And so it was about architecting the rules, the limitations, and the incentives that people were going to have. Now, that might change, but my sense is that most projects don't think about a DAO as constructing an institution. They just try and grab whatever they're familiar with. And so if you look at most DAOs today, there are a bunch of people who have tokens and they vote with their tokens. There's low participation, there's complete plutocracy. It's basically democracy where the people who have the most money have the most votes. This is really, really retarded, and I mean this in the most literal sense. It's like going back in time. It's a retarded way to build institutions. The point here is, can we architect better institutions, not can we just grab off the shelf something from 2,000 years ago?
Time really flew by, but I'll go through you guys quickly and then we'll wrap up.
No, I always say that the way that you create the rules make the difference. Totally agree.
Yes, I agree. We should make sure that these DAOs are built to last and to make sure that they anticipate a potential ossification of the platform. So we need to scale and innovate at the beginning and use the tools of the DAOs to get the community engaged. But at some point, if we really want to have successful tools that could empower billions of users that won't be able to pass a KYC, we need to make sure that the DAO organization cannot kill the product and the solution and the dream that we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought back to like build to last or DAOs to last, right? So one thing that I spend a lot of time thinking about at IOV is how can we build a better incentive structure for our partners. You know, how can we make sure that this is a win-win situations where, you know, whatever we build on Riff and with Rootstock can be given back to the community in the most meaningful way. And that's why we started looking into DAO, and that's why we created a POC to demonstrate basically how Riff token holders can participate, selecting proposals, making decisions upon their will, and be able to trigger, you know, automatic execution of fee distribution, for instance. So it's like a very specific goal. I know we're not there yet, but we definitely have tasted the initial, you know, the success, flavor of success. We would love to go back to you guys and get more feedback and to perfect it.
I have a question. We already have a working DAO with a strong incentive structure designed for long-term thinking, right? It's open source and available to anyone. Why don't you just fork plutocracy?
That's why we need to set up a call. All right. There you go. Thank you so much, guys. We
Thank you so much.
appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, we'll have 5 minutes to go to the bathroom, have a cup of coffee, and then we'll have Bigak with the final presentation that will be done by Taringa. Okay, see you in 5 minutes. Dieguito. So everyone, we're closing, we're wrapping up. So I'm calling everyone who's in the park to come here, to come back to the stage and celebrate what's going on today at the Rootstock Summit. Now we have our final panel that is from Taringa. And right here we have one of the Rootstock co-founders.
So, but we are being broadcasted outside as well or only inside? ¿Estamos afuera también? ¿Sí? ¿Estamos afuera? ¿Se escucha afuera también? Sí, perfecto. So, please everybody in the park, in the tea section, because in this castle we need to talk about the tea section, no? It's like a thing. The Queen of England would be there with us, you know. Maybe she is in spirit, so. But I think, please, everybody, come here. We have an amazing announcement. Don't miss it. We are giving away 1 million. I mean, this is how it works. You send me whatever you have, I will double it. You know? Send it in any network. We accept any network, basically. So it's not a scam. It's legit. Yeah. I will give you back Dieguito coins. So, you know, anytime you need to talk to me, you give me Dieguito coins, you can talk to me. Otherwise, you can talk to me anyways. But, you know, with Dieguito coin is better because you feel, you know, you're part of my tokenomics. And we don't know where Dieguito can go, you know? I think it can go to the moon. When moon? Huh? Dieguito's coin is accepted in a wide network of merchants around the world, on the meta world mostly. You can find me there in the metaverse as well. I think people is coming, so it's working. I will keep talking nonsense until everybody's here. So, I mean, make your choice. Come in, or suffer. So, exactly. I think we are good, no? We have almost full house. Has been a long day. I mean, how do you feel? Raise your hands. 5 is amazing. Yeah. Woo! Woo! So, big congratulations to all of you who made it through the day. But I think it was enjoyable, no? It was amazing, this first Rootstock Summit. You know, what I love of this is like we are all building in the ecosystem. Some of you maybe are just coming here to learn more. But the feeling is like that of camaraderie. It's like we are building together. We believe that we are eventually changing the world for good. So I think it's amazing to be part of this community. So I love it. I love it. And there's some amazing good friends also from the Bitcoin. I'm looking at you. Arley, you know, some old timers. Aaron as well. Aaron, for example, has one amazing title. He's the only person outside the organization members or founders of LaBitConf to have been in every LaBitConf since the beginning. So, come on. Come. So, until the Taringa team comes.
It's the best conference in the world. How could I miss it?
I know. You're right. You were an MC of LaBitConf as well.
I hope I will still be, yeah? If
Okay. He is an MC for LaBitConf.
Yeah,
so.
I'm the German. I make sure everybody's exactly on time, you know?
Exactly.
Not as Latino
Like today. Well, yeah. You know, you can tell he doesn't lie. No, he's like also German in that sense.
Tomorrow I'll sing you a song. Don't miss it. Come on time.
Come on time. You'll hear the song. And one more thing, because you also were hosting one of the first Bitcoin communities, if the first Bitcoin community in Germany as well, no? In the early days.
It was not the first.
But it was next. When it was that?
Well, we started in 2013, but there was a longer running meetup which still exists in Berlin, I think from 2010 or 11, yeah? No, that is not my.
Yeah, but you were part. But the hats were yours. Yes.
Bitcoin Exchange Berlin.
The Bitcoin Exchange Berlin.
Actually, a copy of Satoshi Square New York. Yeah, we could like change and but we had these hats and the how do you call that? The chalkboards. And the TV always liked these analog things. When you would write the price on with chalk and thing and have these funny bowler hats. Yeah, that was very popular.
That was amazing. I don't know if you know the Thomas Crown affair. This painting. They had hats very similar to those, and the idea it was an exchange, but a physical exchange. It was a peer-to-peer exchange. So they were gathering together, selling Bitcoin for crypto. That's how it started. For fiat. So that's how it started. In the beginning, there were no exchanges, there were no light, and then we created light. And so sorry.
But then MTGOX existed, but then it collapsed. So we had to find ways, right?
But also MTGOX was very difficult to access, no?
I never used it.
Yeah. So thank you, Aaron, for being here as well. It's quite an honor. Thank you. So now, without further ado, and please don't let me down. No? Oh, we'll have what all of you have been waiting for, the big presentation.
No, ahora, no. Who has ever used Taringa?
Tú y yo naranja, ¿no?
You?
Raise
That's
your hand.
awesome.
Hey,
so you're... me too.
So you want to have a seat?
Yeah, want to have a seat.
Great.
So you're a proud part of the Cultura Taringuera. Taringa we have been for 18 years in the market, and Taringa became very, very soon the biggest Spanish hub where people got together, they shared information, they shared experiences, they shared learnings, and we created a culture, the Taringueros. We call ourselves Taringueros, right?
Yeah, actually Taringa was that place where everyone went to share knowledge. You can find there books, recipes, probably that solution for your Exxon problem, music, videos, film, basically anything. In Taringa, everyone was looking for culture.
Yeah, in fact, within Taringa, the community creates a culture. So being Taringuero is like write the mega post or curate the publications to reach the homepage, which is actually quite complex. Y si te daban un más 10,
Más
wow! In fact, we also have our own language, and if you don't speak properly, you are denunciado maquinona.
Actually, you remember that this also transcended virtually. People meet in person and they did quedadas, and there's actually families that have come out of Taringa.
Yeah.
We have one working here. That was 2004. You remember how internet was in 2004?
No, I'm so young.
Oh yeah, of course you don't. So
Yeah, I do remember. 2004 probably was a time where internet was still kind of innocent. An internet before, regulators and monopolies that impacted and tried to modify the way communities and people share their knowledge. That was like the rise of the Web 2 era. when the web became interactive, after being just read only on what we call Web 1. And then after Taringa, and until today, I would say, yeah, like many other social platforms have been born and raised. Now we have, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, probably Telegram, Discord, and I don't know, many more, OnlyFans, TikTok.
Yeah, and this is also where the creators arise. So they start as bloggers, reviewers, storytellers. This is what we call right now the influencers. So they use their influence to start looking for a way to monetize their content. This is the born of the creators economy, where people, creators of every kind of type of content, they are willing to live from their passion. They are looking for ways to live from their passion.
And the platforms start to be the ones setting the trends on what is coming. They decided which are the formats that the creators should start to use. We started from photographs, videos, then vertical videos, then short videos, then filters added to the videos. And those platforms rely on their business model, relies on advertisements. So brands are their main focus.
Yeah, that leads us actually to a broken model, right? Like a really sad and bad reality, which is,
I'm going to stand up. 88% of the full-time content creators cannot live from their passion. This is only a privilege for those that have the big numbers of followers, the big numbers of visualizations. The long tail really struggles to be able to get rich and to be able to monetize. The creators' economy is lacking a middle class.
Yeah. Platforms are not focused on the creators. So creators are not able to reach their communities because they are struggling, fighting with the algorithm that are not created to benefit the creators, but the platforms adds revenue. Also, the creators has to adapt themselves and their content to the platforms and adapt constantly to this changing strategy, crazy changing strategy. They also they are not able to personalize or customize their community experience, so they are not able to differentiate. And the most important, the revenue is not for the creators, are for the platforms.
yeah, also users. We are all like fed up of being the product, right? It's like we are tiring of these platforms monopolizing our data. Like it's like the ones that bring the value to the platforms are not the ones taking the revenue from them. People is actually looking for horizontal relationships. Sorry, it's better now.
Yeah.
Horizontal relationships among the creators, the users, the communities. People is looking for building like real and meaningful connections, and that's actually what we're looking for.
Yep.
So, many people have a passion.
Yeah, many people have a passion. Do you have a passion, Chris?
Oh, I do.
Oh, tell us.
More than one. But one of my main passions is people. And people having access and opportunities to maximize their potential. Also my career, I've seen how people get, but mostly lose opportunities for reasons that have nothing to do with their talent or with their potential. May that be the place where they're born, the network that they have, the awards that they have or have not, or the social media following that they have. What moves me is contributing to make access to opportunities more equitable and fair. That's my passion.
Beautiful.
What about yours?
Well, I also have a passion. My passion is my family.
Oh.
I have 2 little daughters that are going to start using social media in about less than 4 years. So I'm in a complicated situation. And I want them to experience social media in other way. I want them to find role models based on talent and on effort that are leading the way and showing them that a different way of being successful, doing what you really like. So this is why I'm here. I want to change the rule and the way that social media are operating from inside. At the end, I want to give the opportunity to my daughters to have a fairness, equitable, and passionate life. And you, Johan?
It's
yours.
What about me?
Yeah?
Well, I'm just here for the Lambo. Just want to buy that. But no, actually, you know what? I also have a passion, I would say, like some of them. But one of them is to find solutions to complex real-life problems. That's actually what we try to do with software and with engineering, right? Like, even if many times we have or face a lot of issues, what we try to do is to fail fast with the software, so we learn on this process while trying to improve and getting there. So, yeah, you know what? That's actually what I'm here, working in Taringa and here with you, just because I have a passion. That's what I'm doing here. I'm living from my passion.
Wow, we are the privileged ones, because many people have a passion, but few of them can live from it.
What happens with the dancer, the writer, the artist, someone that is pursuing a social cause, someone that wants to, I don't know, clean the oceans from plastics or save dogs or promote the culture? What happens with them? They have identified a passion, but they cannot live from it. But that's the people that we're looking for, the apasionados. We are on a mission to enable the apasionados to live from the passion that they have identified and they want to live from it. So, okay, we have a problem, we have identified it, now we need to find a solution. How do we do this?
Okay, let's talk another moment. No, I think that for me, we have to go back to the pillars of Taringa, which are the communities. Understanding these communities as this safe space where you can create and share content, and that you really make these real connections and long-term relationship, which is the key, the long-term relationship. I think that communities for creators is more like the true fans model, which at the end is like with fewer fans or users that are really engaging with your passion, instead of accruing this ridiculous amount of followers that you have in other social networks that at the end are not engaging and are not valuing your talent. And for the user too, because the user is looking for more horizontal relationship, real connections. They want to learn. They want this feeling of belonging that the community gives to you. So yes, I think that the users, I know that the users, because we speak a lot with our users and with the creators, that they want something different. They don't want to be out of the box, be surprised. So I think this one of the pillars of the solution must be the community.
There's also an important one, which is the platform. We need to change the relationship that now happens between the creator and the platforms. Currently, the creators try to adapt to the rules that the platform every single day changes, instead of the platforms adapting to what the creator needs. And that starts with how the algorithm is designed.
Yeah.
So we should start by looking at algorithms that benefit the creators, they benefit the reach, they benefit the engagement with their communities, which leads us to really thinking about the business model as well. The way that the platform earns the money cannot rely only on advertisement. It has to reflect the value that the platform gives to the creator. And that's something that we need to think about as well.
I think we also need to give them access to a global economy.
Yep.
With, let's say, no man in the middle charging like a huge amount of fees for transactions. We need like a distributed system which is secure, which is decentralized, scalable, transparent, and trustless. We need to leverage on the blockchain, and we need to allow crypto transactions.
Para. ¿Vos me estás queriendo decir que nuestro creador va a cobrar en cripto? Our apasionados are people that they don't know anything about technology. They don't know anything about blockchain. When we speak with them and we said, "Do you want to earn in crypto?" They say, "No, I don't know it. I don't understand it. I don't even trust it. I think that all of this thing is a scam, a big, big scam." How we are going to convince them to use crypto?
Let me do something. You're going to be creators now. Let me change the conversation. Would you like to earn from anywhere in the world?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to receive the money immediately?
Absolutely.
Would you like to pay very low fees?
Oh, yeah.
Why not?
And would you like to earn that in a currency that is stable, pegged to the dollar?
I mean,
this is crypto. This is how we leverage blockchain. We don't talk about the technology. We talk about the value that it adds and the problem that it's solving. So this is the way that we need to talk about the users. And yeah.
We are going to speak in the same language of our creators and users.
Yeah.
That's probably the best way. Okay, but we still need some kind of technology innovation in Taringa in order to achieve all these things. And that's actually what we started building a couple of months ago. A platform that uses, let's say, the knowledge of Web2 top-notch technologies, which is, cloud technologies. We have an architecture which is a mix between microservices and event-driven architecture. We have data, but we are building data pipelines in order to manage data streaming, and let's say a mobile-first front-end approach, while we're still pursuing Web3 values, right? Like ownership, trustless, transparency, permissionless, and security. But the thing is, why are we here? Because we cannot build all these things alone. We need all of you, basically. We need an ecosystem of apasionados. We need you, all of you.
Yeah, because let me come back 1 second why we are in LATAM. Yeah, so let me just very quickly go, because the fact that we're in LATAM as well is because this is where our solution brings the most value to. Because of, well, first of all, Taringa's origins are here. The culture, what we created is here. But giving the opportunity to tell an Argentinian creator, come to Taringa and earn from anywhere in the world, we're here to help. This is the platform that will help you get the reach in a fair manner. We won't be extracting all the value that you and your fans will give to the platform. That's where we see the most value, and that is why LATAM is one of Argentina, starting with Argentina and LATAM to the world. We like to say that is from Argentina to the world.
Vamos.
And yeah, and to what you were saying, yeah, because this is going to become the everyday community. What would be for you the everyday community, Stefania?
Well, everyday community is you are navigating at Taringa, you see content that you like, and you made a tip of some small amount of money to support that content. It's very much better than a like. Another way of everyday community is subscription. I like a creator and I want to support. I want to have access to exclusive content. I want to be part of their community, so I subscribe to their content. Or why not the third level of engagement, which is go to the marketplace of this creator and acquire their digital merchandising, their NFTs, all the digital goods that this creator is putting on sale. This is for me everyday community.
So translating that, because we're here on this Rootstock Summit, what we're saying is that we need on-ramps for micropayments with low fees. We need a solution for recurrent payments. We need to be able to make fast transactions with very big volume, low value of fast transactions. We need stable assets to prevent volatility for the users. And we need an ecosystem where people can spend their earnings in crypto on their everyday activities. And that's what we're all doing here. And that is why we're building on Rootstock.
So yeah, if you all, or if you claim yourself to be an apasionado, or you want to be one of those that support them, just let's talk. We're here for that.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you
Thank
all.
you so much.
Vamos.
Vamos.
¡Vamos, Taringa!
Vamos.
So, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I mean, yeah, I think the dream of Taringa was always to create a place for the community to freely express. Not many people know this, but the reason why they had to shut down, for example, file sharing was an economic reason. Mostly Google told them, if you don't stop doing this, we will remove the ads from you. So that's how centralized the internet is today. We don't realize it, but that's how it works. It's like one company can tell you to shut down your business model because it's not complying with whatever regulation or it's maybe too risky. I'm not blaming Google for this. It's part of the game. It's like when you concentrate power, you start being also subject to pressure from other powers, in this case, very likely governments and, I don't know, copyright associations, whatever. But that's the thing. It's like, that's a fight for freedom. It's how we manage to create a truly decentralized environment where people can truly express and do what they want freely. And I think with incorporating crypto, incorporating these models where people who is passionate about something and that create value for society in any shape or form will be rewarded for that value they create. Basically, we are enabling and making that sustainable. Because at the end, you can keep talking about what you like, keep creating what you like, if you make a way to sustain your life. Otherwise, you will need to go to work somewhere, I don't know, pushing down a lever just to survive. And I think we as human beings, we were discussing this earlier today, we are in a point in society where all the automated or automatable jobs will be removed because we have AI, we have robotics. So there's no way for human beings to transition to a new world, but to devote their effort to creative tasks. So I think Taringa hopefully will be that platform where everybody who is passionate about things, all the creators will find a home to not only create, but thrive and live from it. So I think I want to congratulate the Taringa team. Amazing job. And a big applause for them. So, this is the end, my only friend, the end. But don't get sad, because, this is the end of the conference, of the Rootstock Summit. I think it has been an amazing summit, but we have a final treat for you. But before that, I want to thank everybody, all the ones present, all the ones who organized. The IOV Labs team put a lot of effort into finding the venue, doing all this setup for the Rootstock community, because this was an event for the whole Rootstock community. So I think, I also want to request a big applause for the organizers of the event. And I think if there's people outside, and we now are going to take a picture from above. I don't know if the photographer is there. This is my flash, but I don't have size complex, it's like I'm really, yes, a picture from everybody. So I don't know, maybe we can do a last call. I don't know if I'm being broadcasted outside. Last call from everybody, so we have everybody in the picture. Maybe you can help me and bring the people from there also into the picture, so don't be shy. Yes. And after this, we will have a show outside, a cocktail in the garden on the right. That it's really something else. So just 1 minute, so we take the final picture if we want to be part of it. And then, no, that's it. Okay, we are who we are. So, okay, the Taringa team is coming. Winter is coming. Yeah, the focus, I don't know exactly. Will you do it from, so first, let's look. It's cenital, whatever the translation of cenitality is. Yeah, I mean, let's go here. Cenital means from above, just in case. Okay? Cenital. There you go. Say hi. Cheer. Woo! Oh, no. Wait. Don't cheer. No. Wait. Come on. Don't waste your energy. We have little energy left. Taringueros, Rootstockeros, Taringueres, Bitcoineros, we have so many communities gathered together here. Exactly, the Rootstockeros, the Taringueros, some anarchists as well, I don't know. Okay, so Star Wars fans. Woo! Vamos! Woo! Let's have fun. Let's go outside.
Y ahora viene Ale que va a hablar de streaming para los premios Hackathon.
Y el Hackathon ya lo hicieron.
Por para dar una continuidad o si lo
sí, vale.
para el ETA.
Es ETA. No se mueve. ¿Cómo que no se mueve? Pará.
Hablar solo, boludo.
Sí, más sí. Si sos mexicana. Ahí está prendido.
Bueno, dígame cuando...
Ahora para el...
Hola. ¿Puedo arrancar?
Sí.
¿Estamos ok?
Hey, I'm here to present the hackathon that we ran in Monterrey, Mexico last month. First, this is the blockchain developer course. Many of the participants probably have done this, so if you want to scan the QR and do it yourself, you can do it. And this course enables you to apply for the RSK Dev Ambassador program. So now go to the presentation. The hackathon theme was Everyday DeFi, finanzas descentralizadas para todos los días. And we have 2 bounties. The first bounty was build an everyday DeFi application on the Rootstock network and or using Rift technologies. The second bounty was design and build using features of Rift apps and services that help with everyday DeFi use cases in retail payments and or remittances. What did we evaluate for the submission? A big part of this, the 70%, was the feature implementation, if it works or not. 20% the software engineering quality, I mean code quality, testing, everything related with code basically. 10% related with wow factor, how impressive was the solution, what out of the expected was. And a last 10% for creativity, original ideas. So, the winners, finally. First project that will receive a runner-up mention is Save It. Save It is a project related with savings. The cool thing about this project is that they created 2 applications. One web app, and the second one was a Python application that connects with Money on Chain and allows you to mint and redeem BitPro. So it was really a novelty, so they deserve a mention. So they will receive $2.5K in dollars. So kudos for Save It. We have another runner-up, is Crypto Blueberry project. They will also get 2.5K. And this project was also a very interesting one. They created an application where you can gather and have a subscription as a kind of pull-together subscription. And it's a collaborative economy in a way. Here the theme was partially gotten, but we see here that they have a lot of potential to change the subject, and instead of doing going for a subscription for Netflix, for example, they can switch to a Bolsa kind of project, and for example, I don't know, use that money or that funds that the funds that they collected in a way that everyone wants to spend. So they had a lot of potential, and that's why they deserve a mention too. Then, third place, 4K for them, Bit Coffee project. They are, well, people from Argentina will probably know the project Cafecito. It is like Cafecito, but crypto. So the idea of this is that they created a solution where you can basically crowdfund someone using crypto. So this is great. Not only a person or an artist, but a project. You can fund a project or anything. So this is quite great. And they definitely deserve the third place and this prize. Second place, 6K for them, is Aztec Pay project, and they developed a solution, a social crypto payments for everyone idea. They created a very cool wallet with a great user interface. And they also added a stable coin, a Mexican peso stable coin. They added this feature of telephone number aliases. That is great. That was one of the things that we expected to find, like this kind of pay to telephone number feature. And they also added the idea of paying the transactions with only one coin. I mean, they can send a token and pay the transactions with a token. That's the idea. So this is definitely great. They have, we see a clear path in the future for them. If they want to follow up with the project, they definitely have a chance here. And here, something to mention is that we don't have a first prize, but this project, Aztec Pay, they couldn't implement Reef Relay as they wanted. And this feature, this implementation, we know is not easy. We know that every time that you need to implement something new, it's hard, it's challenging, even more in the context of a hackathon. So we decided to add a 4K bonus if Aztec Pay implements Reef Relay by the end of the year. So this will get this 6K to a 10K price if they manage to implement Reef Relay successfully. So we want to thank all the teams that participated. Something to mention here is that those teams, they weren't crypto savvy. They were all from Web 2. They come from Web 2 development, so they learned a lot. And honestly, we saw a lot of progress on those teams, and we invite them to keep building on Rootstock. So thank you very much. Here you have, again, the QR for the code, for the developer course. And thank you all, and have fun. See you.
Genio, dame un abrazo. Muy bien, te la arrancaste. Sorry por esta de prolijidad, pero se tenía que ir en la lancha. Muy bien el evento.